DCI officers for protesting against church donations. His mother, Jocelina Mwagodi, has said that they've been losing sleep knowing that Mwambili is being sought.
Kwa nini mnatafuta mtoto? Mtoto wangu mwaka uliokwisha ametafutwa kila pahali. Walikuja nyumbani, walienda kanisani, wameenda Kericho pale alikuwa anafanya kazi. Wametafuta hata marafiki zake kule Ukunda pale alifanya kazi miaka iliyopita. Mwanangu amefanya nini? Nasikia uchungu. But these 5 days zimepita were the worst because all the time tulikuwa tunajua tu Mwambili anatafutwa. Tulikuwa tunajua tu Mwambili anatafutwa. Every time I have to call him at night before I sleep. Nijue yuko wapi. Ni hata saa 7 ya usiku na mtext mpaka yonigombeza mami ulai.
Jocelina has strongly condemned the abductions of young people currently being witnessed in the country, calling on the government to put an end to such cases.
I want our leader and our leaders, the rest of them, to ask themselves, watoto ambao walikuwa wamekupenda sana, Mheshimiwa, Your Excellency, please just sit down and think and reconsider, where am I going wrong? I have been a teacher for 38 years myself. And along the way, when I got experienced, I realized when my children fail, they are not failing because they are poor. They are not failing because it is their problem. I reached a point to assess myself as a teacher because I'm the manager of that class.
Activist Mwambili is receiving treatment at Padia Hospital in Mombasa after he was found at the Lunga border where he'd been dumped. Muhuri activists led by Francis Ouma have accused the government of knowing enough about what's happening to Mwambili, demanding that it be held accountable for the torture he went through.
Kwa Tanzania alivyokuwa kule manake kufanya kazi Tanzania walifikiria labda na coordinate na Watanzania na vitu kama hiyo. Na Kenya pia tuna hakika serikali ya Kenya imempeana. Kenyan Government Authority wamempeana na walikuwa na coordinate. That's why Tanzania Authority walimwando over kwa Kenya ambao people believe are security officers.
According to them, Mwambili was tortured after he was handed over to Kenyan police officers after his arrest in Tanzania where he'd been questioned.
Kulingana na yeye hakuna mateso yoyote alipewa Tanzania, alihojiwa. Baada ya kupeanwa kwa serikali ya Kenya ndio alipata mateso. Hata mateso ya kiakili, alidungwa na vitu ambavyo yeye anadhani labda ni sindano, alikuwa anakanyagwa shingo na kichwa kwa wingi. Na jambo kubwa wao walikuwa wanataka kujua kutoka kwake ni nani anamfadhili harakati zake za kisiasa za kiwanaharakati.
And finally, a 16-year-old boy in Molo, Nakuru County, has confessed to murdering his mother inside their residential house in Nyakiambi area. A police report indicates that the Form 3 dropout confessed to killing his mother after he demanded to know his biological father, and she refused to disclose the information. He then got angry and hit her head severely, killing her instantly, and thereafter dug a shallow grave within an adjacent house in the compound and was planning to bury her body there before his motive was discovered. The deceased's body was taken to Elbagon Level 4 Hospital morgue for preservation and autopsy. That's the news wire. I'm Leah Ubaga.
.5 Spice FM, Kisumu.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
If we just gloss over issues and hope that time heals, then we might find that in generations to come, we might be back at the same situation. And the whole thing is born of stolen elections.
Spice.
When it comes to the decisions you make, you must be independent. There's no way you can allow one institution to dictate to you how you're going to conduct your operations, how you're going to decide cases. It's a no.
When you weaken the institution to the point where they cannot take action, then you realize that politicians have to come up and now start dealing with the issues.
That conversation has to die. Our politicians do not like the hard stuff. We must insist on the path of doing things right, whether popular or unpopular.
Money changes hands. That is a fact. If you have political goodwill at the highest top like in Rwanda, then corruption will be an issue of the past. If you don't have political goodwill at the top, we will pass laws, we will amend laws, we will continue passing laws and re-amending laws, and nothing will happen.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
In this country, 6 families and 8,000 Kenyans control 90% of the GDP. We are not a country. We are a plantation. We work for Ruto.
When you're telling the judges court orders are papers or they will not obey court orders, they're sitting and you're seeking orders from them. So how are they supposed to interpret it? Isn't it an oxymoron?
When you see a judiciary that seems to be under some control somewhere, you start questioning. We have very powerful governors, but they don't use their offices to serve the people.
If you are not shameful to do what you are doing, why should we protect you?
I'm human. Everybody's human. So when you're told, kuja tuongee, I mean, you'd be a fool to say, staki kuongea. Conversations have to be had, you know?
People in leadership should only go into leadership if they are ready and willing to change the lot of the people.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
One of the things that I hate in our country is negative ethnicity. You find you as a state officer, instead of thinking as a Kenyan, you think like a tribal person.
Let me tell you something. The biggest problem we have had in this country is a leadership deficit. There is nothing that you are going to do in the process of change if you are not a risk taker. So you really have to pursue your vision to a logical conclusion and even be ready to step on people's toes.
When it comes to the economy, you can run away with it. They say statistics are like bikinis. They reveal a lot, but they conceal the vitals. And so government people would throw statistics at you and tell you they're revealing a lot of information to you, but it's really concealing the real vitals.
We need to get out of that, because when we want to grow our democracy, one basic thing that really requires to be understood by the political class, by all of us, is institutions are critical.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
It is the 28th of July, and it's 9 minutes after 6 o'clock. It's Monday, getting into the last week of July, and here we are proper into the third quarter, Q3 of 2025. And guess who's back? Back again. Oh, okay, that's how they were.
Yeah.
That's how they were greeting you.
Salam alaikum.
The whole of last week. Okay.
Yeah, beautiful people from Garissa and Tana River.
Okay, so that's where you went for sure.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Wewe uko salama?
Salama. Sema jua iko hapa. Na choma proper. Yeah, but we survived.
You survived?
Yeah.
How was it?
It was actually really, really good. A lot to learn. Beautiful people, hardworking Kenyans. A little to be said about the leadership from the area. I'm pretty talk to the locals, and all they want is just better leadership, because that's what they lack.
Wow.
Yeah, simple, straight.
You heard it from literally the horse's mouth.
And also just what you get to experience, like especially from Madogo Trading Center headed towards Tana River, you get to some point where 4 years ago, the flood waters came, cut the road, and that has never been fixed. So up to date, accessing Tana River is a problem. And now that coupled up with accessing other amenities like hospitals becomes a problem when you have an emergency,
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Wow.
It is crazy that you get, you need to be referred from Tana River, and you have to drive 2 hours to Malindi for you to get services.
Oh, hang on a minute. So obviously looking at the eastern part.
Yeah.
So you're in Tana River.
Yeah.
County. What's the headquarters of Tana River County?
Tana River County is Hola.
Hola.
Yeah.
So administration headquarters. Yeah. Are you telling me that in order to get services, you have to then cross over to Kilifi County?
Yeah.
To have that done?
If by any chance you have been referred you go to Malindi, I tell you. 2 hours away.
Right. Okay. I don't know if to call it interesting or
sad.
Yeah. That's
It's
probably
sad.
the adjective that we're looking for in terms of why that has to be the case.
Yeah. But you meet with people, you know, there's this lady that I was having a conversation with. She's blind, but you walk to her farm. She says, I have grown my maize. I know the distance, how I till, how I take care of everything. And you just sit and think of how amazing we have been built differently. And you get to appreciate what people are doing out here, you know. So she says, I even understand how the weather patterns are, what to grow, how I receive these early warning messages, and it's just beautiful. It's just amazing.
I'm sure you'll be sharing a lot of stuff that you were then able to experience as we get through it, and I know that those seep into the conversations that we'll be having today. So karibu sana. Now, one Dennis is here, and then the other Dennis having a little bit of stomach trouble this morning, so he'll try and join us later. So prayers up for him as he tries to get that sorted. So it's interesting, you guys are playing like cat and mouse. One goes, the other comes, the other goes, the other comes. I don't know. Football. Did you guys have a conversation and did not let me know?
Sub. You just received a sub from Dennis. Okay. So taking the mantle.
Let's see. Let's see how that goes. A conversation goes on. So EVE is here. Good morning. She's actually sitting, not standing this time. EVE, so check for us that live chat. The chat seems to be disabled. I don't know why. Maybe just have a look at that for us because folks are already starting to complain. Good morning and welcome to the Situation Room this week into the last week of July. Indra and Dennis, and soon to be another Dennis joining you today. The Situation Room continues this morning with conversations in certain areas, and if you're joining us, our live streams are up on YouTube, Facebook and on X, and our audience on KTN is here as we get into conversations into this Monday. Very good to have you in the room already, and we can see that you're with us as we start to talk about some of these things. So let's get into it this morning, shall we? Let me tell you what we'll be talking about today. There's been a buzz all around the country. There are certain things that we're looking into to try and ask ourselves questions around these conversations, and we get into it this morning, where we will be having a conversation around a number of things today. First of all, we'll look into at 7 o'clock, if I can just get my ducks in a row in just a minute. I tell you, technology sometimes wants to embarrass somebody. But here we are anyway. So at 7 o'clock, we will have a conversation around the push and pull of free education. We heard on Thursday that this is what it's going to look like. The CS said very clearly that they're not going to then be able to fund the education to where we would hope, and that we would see a significant decrease. Then students' capitation was going to fall somewhere around, from 22,000 to 17,000. And if we see that 5,000, which is normally held by the Ministry of Health for infrastructure development, that means now that what will go to students for actual capitation is about 12,244 shillings. The 17,000 that they were getting before was not enough, and never really actually did get there on time. So the questions around what's really happening. No sooner had he said that, Deputy President Kithure Kindiki came out to say, actually, no, we've got a handle on things. So it's like, okay, so what does that mean? Julius Ogamba from the ministry then said, you know what? No, you guys, we're going to fund education. Don't worry about it. So then we're a bit confused. Okay, so which way are we going? And then yesterday, the president said, no. Completely no. We will fund education. It's going to be fine.
We will not compromise education in the country.
So I'm very confused, and I think a lot of people are confused in terms of what exactly is happening. Let's have that conversation at 7, and we're going to be doing that today with Boaz Waroko, who is the Elimu Bora Working Group Policy Advisor, and Mainawa Gaidhoro this morning joins us as well with Boaz Waroko. And who is he? He is the Secretary General of the Parents Association, Kiambu County. So he joins us with Boaz Waroko at 7 o'clock for that conversation. It's going to be one for us to then all kind of ventilate and ask questions around, okay, so what does this mean? If we actually see the defunding of education, what does then it portend as we then move forward? Okay, so let's have that conversation at 7 o'clock. We are then going to be joined by Professor Peter Kagwanja. Dear Mr. President is the conversation we have Mondays, and it's about saying, okay, well, highlight some of the things that are going on, whether it's politically, whether it's economically, developmentally. We'll have that conversation with Professor Kagwanja at 7. And then we're going to talk with Kirwa Lile Ngenyi, who is the Deputy Director Planning and Performance Management, NACADA. No alcohol before 21. Before it was 18. The age has changed from what we see. And so we're going to be asking questions around, okay, why? Secondly, are we seeing things that's going to need you to be a little bit older before you make decisions about drinking? So those are the conversations that we have today. Education. Then we're going to go to the state of the nation, essentially, with Dear Mr. President. And then we're going to round things off this morning with, alcohol in the country, with the new laws that have been given at 21 is when we should be looking towards taking your first sip. Is that okay or not? We'll see. 17 minutes past 6 o'clock. We went to Senegal as you took us last week.
Yes.
I don't know where we are today.
Today we are in an island.
Oh, yay.
Yes.
Palm trees and coconuts. Okay.
Yes, we are in an island. And when you talk about the island, we're talking about a country whose it's considered to be the 4th largest island actually in the world. So we are in Madagascar. Madagascar, an island nation and the 4th largest island in the world, located in the Indian Ocean off the southeastern coast of Africa. Now, it's separated from Africa, so there's an entire story on how Madagascar became an island, yeah? And so it's separated from Africa and split the continent over 165 million years ago. Where were you then?
165 million years
yes.
ago? I was not even an idea for a coffee date.
There was and it split from India at about 88 million years ago, allowing unique species to evolve. So when you go to Madagascar, there are some specific animals that are only found in Madagascar, but that I'll be telling you in subsequent proverbs across the day as we just touch base with our listeners and our guests as well. So let's go to the proverb of the day. Do not be like the chicken that scratches for food while destroying its own nest.
I thought about another one that I can't say on radio.
You tell me off mic.
Because the language might not be so kosher.
Yeah.
But I hear what you're saying. You don't essentially mess up where your livelihood comes from.
For short-term gain.
Yeah, you don't scratch about looking for. You don't mess up your livelihoods essentially.
Yeah, it's like this other proverb that says you can't kill a mosquito using a hammer
in a certain area. Yeah. Yep. I hear you on that one.
Yeah.
I hear you on that one. Okay, so EVE is trying to get I know that the chats on the live stream for some reason have been disabled, so we can't see your messages this morning, but that's being worked on right now. We should be able to get back into it in just a minute, and then she'll alert us when that has been done. Sawa. So good morning, everybody who's getting into the room this morning. Good to have you, and we know that you're trickling in. Just bear with us a little bit, and we'll have that little technicality sorted out, even as we get into conversations this morning. We know you're there, so let's just continue trying to sort that out even as we do, and then you'll know when we are. Let's look into the headlines this morning and start to discuss some of those stories. Okay, is it back? I think the live stream chat is back. Okay, so let's get you guys to just say hello to us as we do, and then we'll come back and say good morning as you do. So just a heads up that the live stream chat is now enabled, so you can get back into telling us how your morning is so far as we get into the Situation Room this morning. But for now, let's do this. Let us look into the headlines. Okay, I see some of you already clicking in this morning, so can I do that really quickly and then we get into the headlines? Let's try. because it's always good to say good morning. Sawa. Okay, we're just doing a little bit back and forth this morning, but we'll get into it. Don't worry. Monday morning tends to do that to you, doesn't it, just? All right. So, yes, Don Sabo, we see Don Sabo actually just sent me a message and said your live stream is down, chat is down. Well, good morning to you too, Don. Robert Bogo is tuning from Mombasa. Good morning to you. Good morning, Spice. Louis Rudasingwa is tuned in this morning. Frank Mwakirani, good morning from Nairobi. We see you, and I know what you did there, but it's good that you've done that for us today. Yeah. Don Sabua, Kindiki is all over flying with millions in helicopters, yet we can't fund the primary school. I know. Good morning, Dennis and Aseto and Ndru. Yes, Dennis will be here, all things going well, just getting some medication, and he'll join us soon. Thomas Omosa says good morning, waiting for the big conversation. We're going to be here, and we'll do that with you today. Agola, hello, we are back. Yes, we are. Monday morning, we'll deliver you some technicalities that will embarrass you, but we'll be okay. King Dave Lubali says good morning, tuned in, as well as Richard Odera, tuned in from Mikindani in Mombasa. Good morning to you. Nyongo's message about Sifuna should not be taken lightly. Do tell. Pan-African Kenyan says good morning from Nairobi. Good morning to you too. Rahim Tula Omar tuned in from Nairobi as well. Isakale, good morning. How was your weekend? So much has happened this weekend. One can't even blink in this plantation. Experts can also deny. I know. I mean, it's just been 48 hours. Literally, since Friday, it's been 48 hours. Yeah. Okay, 48 and some, and things that have happened. Yeah, you're just like, whoa, where are we? People being abducted, taken across the border, brought back.
Never seems to end, no?
No, it doesn't seem to end. Yeah. It doesn't seem to end. And this is where we are with this thing. I'm telling you. Nyaundi Brian says good morning. Good morning to you, Brian. Murio says good morning. Good morning to you. Vinny Mwangi is tuned in. Oh, Nyaundi is tuned in from Kisi. Good morning. Jogunandirango tuned in from the Situation Room. Thank you so much. Thank you for being here this morning. Carol Nyambura says good morning, everyone. Now Pendasana, wishing you a blessed day ahead. Thank you so much. Moore Charles is tuned in from Migori and says good morning. Pan-African says, is there a phone number we can send SMSs to? There should be, and I will find that out for you in a minute. Okay. Ricardo Spice says, good morning. There is one, actually. We'll talk about that in just a bit. Good morning, kings and queens. Everything I lose creates space for everything I need. Deep this morning, aren't we? That is actually true. Kennedy Ongwai says, good morning, good people. Tuned in from Nairobi. Zorata Kev is tuned in from County 032. Dennis, County 032, Nigani here.
Should we Migori, no?
It's yours?
I think so.
You don't know your county number?
I'll confirm. You know my county is 047, no?
Oh, sorry, don't be angry.
Don't do me like that and do
okay, well, I've stopped.
It's actually Nakuru County.
032 is Nakuru.
Nakuru.
You see how you're embarrassing yourself? Okay, so yours is 047. We've agreed so that we will not, if you were lighter, you would have been blushing by now. General Issa Mavenge says good morning from Ukunda, Diani. Chef Sak Davis Mudoka is tuning in this morning. Wamunyora was faced with tough questions thousands of kilometers away. I know there's a young woman who said, you know what? First of all, if you're going to change this narrative, you can't start by greeting people in your local dialect and expect that you're going to have a Kenya-wide national approach. Yeah. And she is of the same. She said, I'm from where you're from. I'm from Madeira. Yeah. And I'm telling you that we have to change things. If we're even talking in our language, how are we going to say that there's a national approach to change?
True.
She had a good point, and I really hope that sunk with how she said it when she was addressing that group. Young Jedi, good morning. Hope Mkopoa tuko salama. Have a great week ahead. And it's starting with blessings like that. May you all have a wonderful week ahead. May this week be different from others. May you actually experience grace that you have never before. And in the paths that you walk, may the wind forever be at your back. That's mine to you this week, you guys. And I just hope that you have a wonderful one. There's so much that can drag us down.
True.
But I think if we take the position where we are expectant of good things and grace, I think it sets us off in a different path.
I think one will be shocked on what a positive mindset would just give you.
Absolutely.
It's one of the little things that you take for granted, yet it's all that we need.
Yeah.
Positivity.
It is easy for us to sink and woe unto me and woe betide us. It's very, very easy, and it actually feels good in a weird way to just pile on the misery. But you can decide that you will try in your space, whatever the case may be. So that's what I wish for everybody this week, that grace will be apportioned to you in the measure, pressed down and rolling over for everybody. Running over.
Disorganize everything. Then
put
organize
it
later.
Exactly. Don't worry. So that's my wish for all of you this week. Giovanni Restone says, good morning. Have a blessed week ahead. And Eric Awar says, good morning, guys. Peter Kiari says, good morning from Mombasa. Peter Gitao says, good morning, Spice. Good morning to you. William Kamau is tuned in and says, my father can kill a rat. He will not kill a man. Indeed, that is true. Tuned in from Thika. Tuned in from Thika also is Cow Call Africa. Judy Waweru says, dear Aseto, welcome back. Good morning, my favorite team tuned in from Thika as well. Karibu. Thank you so much, Judy. Bwangi Juma says, good morning, SpiceFM. How are all you? Hope you're all okay, aren't you? We are well, my brother. Peter Wanjala is tuned in from Tudo in Mombasa. So who is right, the president or his teammates? Omo, I play basketball, and it's not possible for you to be over here dribbling the ball, and the other 4 members of your team on the court are not quite sure what's going on. So it's either you're on the same page or you're not playing basketball. I'm just saying.
And everybody understands their position. A center has their role, a forward has their role.
Shooting guard has their role, big man has their role, the point guard has their role.
Including the coach.
And all of you are supposed to be trying to score points and defend your basket.
Yes.
That is what I would assume happens in a team.
Exactly.
I'm just saying, because from a basketball point of view, that is what you do.
And remember also, in the basketball, once you've crossed the half-point mark, you can't go back with the ball.
You can't go back.
Exactly.
You're going forward until you score.
Yes.
Once you score, you now defend.
So once the statements are out, you can't go back the other half.
Just I saying. I don't understand though, but this question from Peter Wanjala is actually apt, because we would assume that you're all on the same team. And that when you are in the locker room, before we go out onto the court, you're in the locker room where you have a huddle. And even just before the whistle blows, you're in a huddle and you've agreed your last things, whether you're saying a prayer or whether you're saying, this is our strategy, this is what we are going to do. And during the basketball game, guess what? You have timeouts.
Thank you.
And then
seconds.
you can come to the huddle and you discuss, no, let's change strategy here, here. You continue like this. But what are you doing? That the team is still speaking to themselves. So if you're not speaking to yourself and you have different messages, if you decide that you've crossed the halfway and then you're going to take the ball and as the ball handler and then go back in the other direction, one must wonder.
Match fixing?
What are you doing? I don't know.
Match fixing.
But this is the question. Well, we have to ask. Fiery Red, good morning. Indeed, we are here. Today, EVE is running the thing. Christina says, good morning to you. No capitation. Oh, there's no capitation. Naso we see amo. Henry Gitonga says, good morning. All these of politicians should retire and let upcoming Gen Zs take leadership positions. Okay. Yes, the stream is up. Asante. Dante says, good morning from Malta. Allah, Malta, the real Malta. Isa, you says it's pressed down, shaken together, running over. My sister, thank you very much. That's what it was in my head. But then the mouth filter was not working. Oganga Ken says, good morning, tuned in from Kiambu. May the day break indeed. May it break. Young Jedi says, Thika yote iko huku. I'm telling you, the whole of Thika is on the stream. And Anaya Okoh says, good morning, tuned in from Eldoret. Everybody, good morning. Karibuni sana. Thank you for joining us. And even just for being a little bit patient while the stream was doing its thing. And that just is a testament to the fact that, you're joining us to have these conversations. Sindio. And you'll wait it out. So this is great. Okay, so let's get into the headlines for this morning. Shall we start? Kenya's bold newspaper, The Standard. 4-day ordeal is what's on the headlines today. The men who abducted activist Mwabili Mwagodi in Tanzania wanted to know why he was causing trouble in Kenya. So that line alone confuses me just a little bit, because across the border they were asking questions about why you are causing trouble in your own country, so we decided to take you across the border, bring you to another country and ask you questions. So the people who abducted you, were they Tanzanian? Were they Kenyans who operate in TZ?
And why would a Tanzanian bother what I would do in Kenya? I mean, doesn't that talk about territorial integrity?
Even sovereignty when it comes to authority. I don't know, but they blindfolded, handcuffed and drove him to a scene of torture. They stomped on his head and jabbed him with syringes. After the abuse, they dumped him across the border into the hands of another ruthless crew on the Kenyan side. Meanwhile, a Kenyan scholar in the US has petitioned the UN to stop President Ruto from addressing the General Assembly in September, citing his worsening human rights record. So Unga sits again in September, and this petition is like, you guys uninvite him if he's been invited. That's what they're saying. Not for anything else, but because the human rights record stinks at best. Even though Alisema. We'll look more into that story and about some of these other things. Shock of Kakamega police post manned by only a single officer. I want to tell you this story personally. We'll do that in a bit. Lobby group flags digital content pushing smoking to African youth. Allah. Court halt KRC evictions. The High Court in Mombasa has criticized the Kenya Railways Corporation for forcefully evicting Boss Freight Services from 2 customs-bonded freight stations without following due process. It happens over and over again. Magodi's 4 days in torture at the hands of agents from Tanzania. There are many questions here. Again, that whole border crossing thing. Who's got sovereignty when it comes to security agencies in another country? Who could ask you questions? Yikes, this is interesting. Police impunity raises 2027 polls violence risks, according to a rights group. They're saying, you know what, guys, if we see according to them, police impunity that we're seeing at this time, it's going to raise questions, or it's already raising questions about what would happen in 2027. Ruto. Now, this is what is going to be the basis for our 7 a.m. conversation. I'll protect children's rights to free education. Well, let's look at those rights, because we'll look at them in terms of what the Constitution says. And then, what does he mean? Are rights protected when you also then defund it? Those are the questions. They're tough ones, and we'll tackle those at 7.
Let's go to
the Nation.
The Daily Nation. So we go to the main page. Missing activist was tortured by his captors. Human rights activist Mobili Magodi, who had been missing for days, was dumped in Kwale at the Kenya-Tanzania border on Sunday morning. We shall be taking a deeper look into that. But now, exposed police killings cover-up. I've been talking about this for a very long time, but now court proceedings on police killings during recent protests are exposing attempts to conceal incriminating evidence in a pattern that has played out in past trials. Now, a judge once rebuked the blue code of silence, referring to a conspiracy within the police service to shield rogue colleagues. So here's a situation where there are reports of police having extrajudicial killings, but now it appears as though the police themselves are working day and night to prevent justice from being received by the victims by doing what? The blue code of silence, staying silent, making sure that no evidence is actually received. And this includes actually retrieving bullets from the bodies of those who've been shot. Now, big win for former NHIF staff as court settles pay dispute. Now, workers who are either absorbed into the Social Health Authority or redeployed elsewhere in the public service will retain their last drawn salaries. There were reports that those who moved will move with different salaries, and there were talks of actually pay cuts and whatnot. But now the court says you will retain your salaries as when you were at NHIF. So police goons clash with opposition leaders. Police officers in Murang'a yesterday combined their efforts with goons to disperse opposition politicians. The politicians who are pushing to stop President William Ruto's re-election in the 2027 general election had attended Sunday service at AIPCA Kahuru Church in Kigumo constituency and were on their way out when all hell broke loose. This story of goons working with police, it's not the first time we're saying it, no?
No.
You remember in Nairobi when we saw the same happening?
Yep.
Seems this has actually been taken to Kigumo, but then again, we expect the police to say those are not our own. We will deal with goons when we see them.
But I don't think we can run away from the fact I don't think we can run away from the fact that, Leah, I am in a link. Can I talk to you in a minute? It's confusing me. I don't think we can run away from the fact that I just lost my thought. Good grief. I don't think we can run away from the fact that goons have been used as a political tool for clashes for the longest time. It is not it's that politicians use them, that many groups use them.
And
historically it's been the case forever that people use these goons. People pay them. They're on a payroll. We can't run away from the fact. Even people who look squeaky clean, they use them. It's an open secret that it happened.
You know, the sad part is for a very long time we've known politicians have been using goons for their own political expediency. But now it's a situation where we now see the police themselves playing ball with goons, which begs the question, why? Who is giving the police the orders to use goons to quell the protest or would-be dissenters of government?
I think they're known.
They're known, right?
Yes, absolutely.
Exactly.
Folks know who they are.
Yeah.
Let's take it to the headlines on the Star this morning. And then we'll look into some of these stories and headlines. Hustler Nation, youth forge paths amid lack of formal jobs. Kenya's labour market in numbers. Shall we look at it? 782,300 new jobs created in the economy in 2024. 703,700 jobs created by the informal sector. 20.8 million total number of people in employment in 2025. So if you look at the population at about 55 million, it's almost a third, just over a third of them that have been employed. 17.4 million is the number of those in the informal sector. So you have about 3.4 million people in the formal sector in Kenya. Is that what we are saying? 67% unemployment rate amongst the youth. 2 million is the average number of people who join the job market annually. That doesn't mean they join and get jobs. They join the market, as in they're here saying, I'm looking for something. 800,000 is the number of jobs created annually, mainly in the private sector. And 63.9 million projected is Kenya's population projected by 2030. In the next, what year are we in? 2025? In the next 5 years... Oh, I beg your pardon. Can I count? Yes, I can. In about 4 years or so, Kenya's population is set to reach 63.9 million. And 44.5 billion shillings is the projected value of the gig economy in 2025. While that is all happening, CS Okoh marks 100 days and vows to transform the public service. Okay.
You remember during Sabasaba Day? I will make sure that all civil servants are in office. Then what happened that morning? Civil servants themselves could not access the offices.
Yeah, okay.
Cine life.
Nairobi dead to rest near inmates in committee as city secures burial site. Remember a couple of years ago, there was this whole story about there's not enough land for those who seek burial spaces. And then there was this whole hullabaloo about there's all this land that's lying fallow. And what are you actually going to do with it? So they've said, you know what, for those in Nairobi, for the 30 families weekly who are looking for space to bury their loved ones, there's some space now that has been found around committee.
You know, if you read that article just there, it says the Langata Cemetery, a burial ground declared full nearly 25 years ago. We're talking about 25 years ago, yet today people are still getting buried at Langata Cemetery.
So on top of, yeah, exactly. I just had a harrowing thought. I mean, I laugh. I don't know if I'm laughing about it, but I'm just thinking, has somebody been buried over my son?
Yeah, so by the time you're getting there, I just try to ask what happens when you get there and the ground is still fresh.
Yeah, so I'm wondering if I were to go see my son today, would his
how many people are down there?
Would somebody be on
top of your son?
Yeah.
Probably two.
Oh my God.
I would not be surprised.
Okay, that's an interesting thought.
But remember, there was also a scandal around that. There are some people who actually embezzled funds that were meant for, I think, purchasing some land that was supposed to replace Langata Cemetery. So, yeah.
Wow. Okay. Justin Koskei, Funding Gap, says that drug costs lead in health insurance claims and income investment options, UAE or Kenya. For those who've got some extra cash, are you putting it in the country or are you taking it to the Gulf? Those are the questions that are being asked today. You want to do a quick look at the Business Daily, Dennis?
So let's do that. And now, banks to get parity in bonds trading shake-up. Now, top banks to be wholesalers of treasury bonds and direct sell to lower cost of government borrowing. So we hope that with these, maybe the government will buy at an affordable rate. That is, we wait to see. Now, NEMA rejects deported Turkish investors' solar power plant. Now, the environment watchdog has rejected the proposal by the controversial Turkish businessman to build a 50-megawatt solar power plant in Laikipia County, citing gaps in cost disclosure and lack of public participation. And a global think tank streamed Kenya's growth outlook on unrest. So the unrest, one would say, due to the protests that you see in the country, has trimmed Kenya's growth outlook. Now, MPs seek to cap parastatal CEO's term at 3 years. Right now, chief executive officers and directors general of all state agencies will have 10 years capped at 3 years, with the option of an extension by similar period if lawmakers push through proposals to amend the law. Yes.
Okay, so quite some stuff this morning. I want to look into this Kakamega police post story.
Let's go.
Okay, so Kakamega County is in Western Kenya.
Kabisa.
In Kakamega County is a place called Imulama. Sasa, there's Victor Mulama who reads news in at Radio Maisha and does some shows on other media within the Standard Group. I'm going to look for him and ask him if this is in his place. Because this police post was established 5 years ago. Sawa. Residents of Shimanyiro, located at the border of Ikolomani and Lurambi constituencies in Kakamega County, were pleased that the post would provide them with security in troubled areas. However, 5 years later, the hopes of locals are quickly fading due to persistent insecurity. And you wonder why? Let me tell you. The police post is now a deserted public facility, with only one police officer operating it at his own discretion, manning the entire Shimanyiro location. So at his own discretion means, Leoni Mande, watch and you come tender job. Kama siski.
Unajua hata sina gari.
Sasa hata wakisema call police,
yeah,
I will not be called because mimi siko
leo niko off.
Exactly. Now, after all, niko peke
yangu.
The situation at Imulama police post paints a grim picture of the border national crisis, limited personnel, and Kenya's struggle to meet international standards for police to citizen ratios, which fall far below the recommended target. From what I understand, I think there's one police person in Kenya to 1,016, if I'm not wrong. That was the last number.
As opposed to 1 to 400?
Yeah. The Standard visited the post on Tuesday, so it's not as though we're talking out of the air. The post was what? It was closed, with no officer present and no services being offered. Remember, this is an entire area.
Yeah.
Okay?
It's an entire location.
Exactly. Locals now live in fear as insecurity escalates in the area, with only one police officer manning the establishment of the Umulama police post, which was funded by the Ikolomani NGCDF during the 2020-2021 financial year. Okay? The state of the station has sparked public outcry as it often remains closed whenever the lone officer is away, leaving the entire locality vulnerable to criminal elements. So this one, when somebody says call police, the guys are like, which one? It's not funny. The nearest police station is Malaika Police Station, 7 kilometers away, with locals stating that it is difficult for officers to respond swiftly during emergencies or attacks. Last week, a teacher, Julius Nyerere, was killed in the neighboring Imuliro area bordering Imulama by a criminal gang. Residents say the gang terrorized the community for hours. My goodness. The teacher's death comes barely a month after 2 others were killed by unknown gangs in nearby areas amid rising insecurity in the county. In the last month alone, Kakamega has witnessed over 20 murders perpetrated by different criminal groups. Good grief. This is what we're talking about.
Yeah.
This is not, I say, let me make up a story. This is the situation. This is what we are talking about.
20 people dead in a month.
Yeah. Murdered. Not just died of natural causes or was sick or hit by a bus, but murdered by criminal gangs. 20. That's the number in the last month alone. So the truth here is not, there's no blame game that we're playing here. But the truth of the matter is that for the number of Kenyans that exist, that there is not enough in terms of security personnel when it comes to police.
Yes.
There's not enough. And here we are with an establishment of a police post. Remember, not a full-fledged police station. However, constitutionally, it can serve people in terms of security for an area. A post can, because then you graduate in your levels.
Yeah.
But if you establish it, it should be that you have personnel to staff the post.
Yeah.
So one would have to ask, what happened here? Why don't we have adequate staff? I mean, the nation doesn't have enough men and women on the beat.
But the question is, by the time the area member of parliament was setting up the police station, I'm assuming it was because there was a need and demand for a police post there to deal with insecurity cases in Kakamega County, especially in Imulama. But then again, goes to after the fact, and the police post was handed over to the service, the National Police Service. What then did the service itself do to ensure that the place is well stocked and well? What's the word? Is well staffed pretty much to ensure that we have enough police officers. So here's the question where then we go to the National Police Service and ask this question: why do we have a single police officer manning an entire location in a police post? Because then again, imagine a situation where even this police officer has gone on ground responding to a crisis pretty much, and he wants to call for backup. Who does he call?
So while you were away last week, we looked at a similar situation whereby in Bungoma, there is a school that is essentially staffed and taught by Form 4 leavers. Okay? And there's one teacher who goes from a nearby school or nearby primary school to come to this secondary school to just kind of check that everything is okay. But the teachers in history, in science, in mathematics are Form 4 students who maybe not got an opportunity to go to university, but they come back on a volunteer basis. There is a county director of that county, knows very well the situation and tells them, you guys just, carry on. We'll get to you. Replicated here this week. And we are seeing now police station, also one guy there, just, if he can come, he'll come. If he can't come, he won't come.
He won't come.
So how serious are we taking things?
We are not taking anything seriously, Because if you look at the situation, you're talking about Bungoma, right? That's a crisis in education. Talk about now Imulama and Kakamega, that is a crisis in the security sector. I'm just from telling you, when you talk about healthcare in Tana River, that's another crisis that is there.
That you saw with your eyes.
I saw with my eyes. Now, look at all these three sectors. We're talking about education, security, and healthcare. If you're not serious about handling these three sectors very well and ensure that citizens of this republic, even if it's a single Kenyan, gets all these services adequately, what are we doing?
Wow.
What are we doing?
Yeah, we must ask.
Because even the residents in Imulama, if you're going to report a matter to the police, you have to wait.
Police? No, if you're going to report a matter to the police and you happen to be in Imulama, if the guy is not there, you will now maybe have to travel to
Imuliro.
What's this place? Malaika police station, which is 7 kilometers away. Yeah, you'll go to Malaika. You won't come here if he's not there. If the guy is not there,
and we wonder why we are recording 20 murders a month in Imuliro. And you're not doing anything about it.
Sometimes you don't need Inspector Cluzo to find the clues for you. They're right there in broad daylight, smacking you in the face. It's right there. You wonder why things go wrong. Well, that's it. Right there.
So there is this story on page 4 and page 5 of the Nation, and it is a sad story because now it's talking about the blue code of silence and how police cover up killings. Now, when we talk about such, we talk about the likes of Albert Ojwang, cause of death, physical assault at Central Police Station, alleged cover-up, occurrence book allegedly falsified, CCTV allegedly tampered with. Right? Now let's go to Rex Masai, June 20th, 2024. Shot during Anti-Finance Bill 2024, protesting along Moi Avenue, Nairobi County. Arms movement register allegedly tampered with. Inquest ongoing. Alexander John Runman Monson, assault in Ukunda police station, contradicting testimonies in court by police officers and planted drugs on victim. So if you look at the cases on the length with which police are going up to cover up killings or covering up assault meted up on Kenyans is baffling. And one would want to ask, if today you as Ndu cannot trust the police to do proper investigation, what end wapi? Who will you go to report to?
Where? Malaika police.
Especially when it is a question where it is a police officer who's assaulted you and you need to report that matter to be followed up. Where do you go to?
I wonder to myself, look, and we've been told time and time again that the majority of police actually want to do the job and they want to do it right, and I believe that to a very large extent, that most of these men and women want to do the right thing, and they spend a lot of their time actually doing the right thing. Unfortunately, the cases that we see, though isolated, are being reported greater in number today, and it is not everybody who's involved in them. But then I have to ask myself, even as I think about that these cases that we see where there is a murder of somebody in a police cell, where there is, shooting of somebody in the street in their back when they have no way of defending themselves, when you drag somebody's, lifeless body for meters, when that is happening in that moment, are they wanting to keep the peace? Are they wanting to maintain law and order? Are they wanting to protect people? I have to ask myself that question. And then can you blame the members of the public for then brandishing everybody as rogue in a case like this when everybody knows what happened, and then you employ the blue code of silence? Who are you protecting? Yourself? Or the people?
Let me give you a story. Tana River County, we were Garissa County, so we're doing a story on climate change, and early warning response. So one of the areas that is a disaster, it is disaster prone, is the river itself, Tana River, right? And remember, Tana River is a public resource. It's a place that anyone can visit. So we see police officers who are manning the border, because that's the border between Tana River and Garissa. So we just go to officers and tell them in advance, hi, we alert them, we are so and so from KTN. We are just notifying you that you're going to take video footage of the river because there's a story we are doing. We've notified them. We've told them who we are. You know what we were told? You do not have any right of taking videos of the river, a natural resource. Yeah.
Okay.
Rajokun Garissa. If you want that, you need to go to you need to go and seek permission. You're like, what do you mean? You want to tell me everybody?
From whom though?
From who? You want to tell me everyone in Garissa County wants to take a selfie with the river as the background needs permission? We don't care, you need to go. And you see, at that point, the police have already created a situation where it is us against you, even in a situation where it was just a question of, if you see us moving around with cameras, just know who we are and what it is we are doing.
So the police are the ones who are telling you that if you want
They actually stopped us from taking videos, and we had to go all the way to the superintendent of police and told him what we needed to do. And he was like, what do you mean? You did not need to come here.
But your boys on the ground said we did.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I hear you. So, I mean, these are the questions.
Yeah.
And when we hear about, does there need to be an overhaul? That there seems to be, an attitude that whatever the case may be, there will be resistance. There will be resistance on the side of the police. There will be resistance on the side of the people, because that attitude has already been seeded. It has taken root and it is already blossoming.
Yeah.
So when will we get to the point whereby there will be a symbiotic relationship between the police and the people? That when we see the employment of the use of force and or violence, because by the way, violence, I came to find this out, and we'll hear from Professor Kagwanja when he came, is not illegal.
Yeah.
Violence is not illegal. It is the manner in which you employ it and the circumstances under which you do, then that could bring in a point of illegality.
Yes.
But violence on its own is not an illegal
It's not illegal.
thing. So when we get to the point whereby we say, and we see the police and we think, okay, already there's going to be something untoward that happens, that immediately we hear the police, we already, is it bias?
Tentacles are on.
Absolutely. And we're thinking, something wrong here.
Yeah.
When this young lady died in the cells just a couple of weeks ago, and she had been in riots before. Nobody questioned. Everybody said somebody in the police service killed her.
Yeah.
Already, without us finding or knowing any prior background information. When are we going to get to the place, or what needs to be done? And I think that's the question. What needs to be done so that if there was any relationship whereby the people, the citizens and the police trusted each other to a certain extent, what is going to or needs to be done where that can be restored?
I think there is, at the time when we had Emeritus Chief Justice David Maraga, there's something he said here that is very critical, that the police curriculum needs to change such that the human rights aspect of the Constitution is embedded in the police curriculum so that they understand their role when it comes to protecting life. Because unless that is changed, then the current curricula that is there that does not give so much attention to the article on human rights in the Constitution, if that is not changed, then we'll continue having these problems that you continue to see.
Indeed, we will. Can I share another story with you as we go into that part? End of I do. Urban couples find joy without formal marriage vows. Yeah. Do you? I don't. Okay. Now, for many urban women, the journey to love and family no longer follows the traditional script of weddings and dowries. As long as their mental health is intact and their relationships are nurturing, formal marriage is no longer the gold standard. Cohabitation, kinship support, and emotional well-being are rewriting what union means in modern Kenya. A recent study by the African Population and Health Research Center, in collaboration with the University of Maryland, is challenging long-held beliefs about marriage and mental health among urban Kenyan women. This is interesting that there are groups from outside the country which are now studying what's happening in Kenya. I'm just saying. The research, which tracked 1,203 mothers living in Nairobi's Korogosho and Viwandani informal settlements, reveals, again, interesting that this is where they went, reveals that while more than 80% of women cohabit with their partners, only a small fraction proceed to formalize the union through marriage certificates or traditional rites like dowry. It was titled Jamaa na Afya ya Mtoto, Kinship, Nuptiality and Child Outcomes in Kenya. The study examined how different forms of union, ranging from cohabitation to fully formalized marriage, affect maternal mental health and child well-being. According to Dr. Estelle Sidze, a research scientist at the consortium, union formalization like dowry discussions or legal marriage doesn't automatically improve mental health. The thought for the longest time was that when you marry her, then she's now settled and everything. And they're saying, not anymore. And they're saying, not necessarily. You could find that the opposite is true. Yeah. So long as there's somebody over here, then they're more or less okay. But it plays a key role in strengthening relationship satisfaction, which is highly protective for maternal well-being. The study found that women in high-quality relationships, whether formally married or not, reported the lowest signs of depression. Indicators such as trust, commitment, and communication were more strongly correlated with positive mental health outcomes than marriage status alone. So it's not just marriage anymore. It's all these other things. And people are saying they don't need to marry me in order for us to whatever. It can be okay.
Yeah, we can just be communicating well. We could just be good people to each other, and life is good.
Okay. You want to share the last one in like 1 minute?
In 1 minute. So let's look at. There's this story here that commercial banks will get priority in buying treasury bonds under a proposed shift outside the auction system, which is expected to revitalize government paper trading and lower returns. The Central Bank of Kenya has issued a draft allegations for the creation of separate market for bond trading or over the counter, where the banks or market will set the price and buy nearly the whole government paper. So the government is pretty much saying that it wants to change how business is being done, so that even when it gets to getting loans locally, it is affordable for the government, and in return, perhaps the interest rate the government will be paying will be affordable, hence just not getting the pressure that the government has been facing when it comes to getting loans, especially locally.
Well, all right then. That's what it looks like this morning. Looking through the headlines and looking into some of these stories, we're going to call it a day when looking at that. Oh, by the way, did you know that Chan is coming up this coming August?
Oh, yeah.
And it seems like a green light is about to be given that everything can then go ahead. So let's see. And also, just in case you were wondering, that the 2025 Women Africa Cup has gone to...
Yes.
Has gone to Nigeria. So these women actually did a fantastic job. Esther Okoronko and Folashade Ijamulisu joined and led the team to victory. Congratulations to the Super Falcons.
They didn't give them their flowers, man. They didn't give them their flowers.
Super Falcons doing a fantastic job there. It's 7 o'clock. Good morning. Education continues with this conversation after this.
Spice up.
Good morning, this is the News Wire. I'm Leah. Ubaga Kennedy Kalombotele, the prime suspect in 2 chilling murders at Kenyatta National Hospital, remains stranded at Mbagathi Hospital 3 days after a court ordered his admission for medical evaluation. The hospital says it cannot comply with the court directive, citing a bed space and concerns over the suspect's security and mental health status. Kalombotele, who was to be held at Mbagathi Hospital for 10 days under medical observation, is instead spending his nights handcuffed under guard in the hospital's casualty and emergency wing. Mbagathi Hospital CEO Dr. Alex Irungu confirmed the facility is currently operating at full capacity.
We also wanted to advise the court that the merits and demerits of having that patient at Mbagathi, the advantage of having that patient at Mathari, for example, and not Mbagathi, or another facility and not Mbagathi.
Despite this, Kalombotole's lawyer Philip Mayo has accused the hospital of defying a court order and neglecting his client's urgent health needs. He says they'll take further action. President William Ruto has departed for Ethiopia to participate in the second United Nations Food Systems Summit Stocktake. The 2-day summit, which ends on Tuesday in Addis Ababa, is being co-hosted by Ethiopia and Italy. At the summit, President Ruto will deliver Kenya's national statement, reaffirming the country's commitment to transforming food systems to support sustainable development and enhance climate resilience. On the sidelines of the summit, President Ruto is scheduled to hold bilateral talks with several leaders, including Dr. Abiy Ahmed, Prime Minister of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia, Giorgia Meloni, Prime Minister of the Italian Republic, and Mahmoud Ali Yusuf, Chairperson of the African Union Commission, among others. Interior Cabinet Secretary Kipchumba Murkomen is scheduled to visit Trans Nzoia County today as part of a series of security strategy meetings in the country. Murkomen is expected to be received by Trans Nzoia Commissioner Gideon Oyagi at around 9 a.m. before holding a meeting with the county's security chiefs. Later, he'll meet Governor George Natembeya and then chair a security forum in Kitale town. Trans Nzoia residents, led by businessmen Barak Okoh and Fred Shatuha, have urged the government to take action, saying they've started considering arming themselves to protect their properties.
Ipiwa zaidi. Hata hizo yote tulikuwa tumesema tukae chini tukue na silaha kwa sababu sasa imeshindikana. Hao watu wanakuja wanakuwa wengi na wanapora. Ile siku zingine chochote kinafika town ina maana usikuje kufungua biashara yako town. Wizara wa usalama. Usalama. Hawa vijana
wanatumiwa na wanasiasa kwa shughuli zao mbalimbali na wanalipwa jambo ya siri. Vijana hawa kwa payroll ya wanasiasa. Sasa azingatie usalama na asisi.
Tumekuwa na wasiwasi kabisa, kwa sababu siku yoyote tu kitu kitokea kidogo ya siasa, sisi wanabiashara huwa tunaibiwa zaidi. Hata hizo tulikuwa tumesema tukae chini tukiwa na silaha, kwa sababu sasa imeshindikana. Hao watu wanakuja wanakuwa wengi na wanapora. Ile siku zingine chochote kinafika town, ina maana usikuje kufungua biashara yako town.
Waziri wa usalama na Murkomen azingatie usalama. Hawa vijana wanatumiwa na wanasiasa kwa shughuli zao mbalimbali na wanalipwa jambo ya siri. Vijana hawa kwa payroll ya wanasiasa. Sasa azingatie usalama na asisikize mambo ya wanasiasa, asikize wakaji wa Trans Nzoia na hasa wafanyabiashara.
Nairobi County has secured 150 acres of new burial land in a long overdue move to ease pressure on Langata Cemetery and restore dignity to the city's burial process. Public Health Chief Officer Tom Nyakaba said they've secured 100 acres at Committee and 50 acres at Embakasi to serve as new burial sites. This event comes as every week about 30 families in Nairobi bury their loved ones at Langata Cemetery, a burial ground declared full nearly 25 years ago. That's the News Wire. I'm Leah Ubaga.
SpiceFM Nakuru.
Waliletea fujo Moi mpaka wakapata cooperation. Wakakuja wakasumbua Kibaki mpaka wakachukua nusu mkate. Wamekuja wakazungusha Uhuru hapo mpaka wakaenda na handshake, program yetu ikapotea, BBI ikaendelea, tukazama, tukaingia kwa madeni. Sasa mimi nimewaambia, hii serikali hii, mimi nawaambia hii serikali ni ya mahasla. Hakuna nusu mkate, hakuna handshake, hakuna hiyo borojo.
Jana nimeona wale wazee tulishinda. Ati hiyo mzee akisema ati he will not be coerced or intimidated to joining our government. Wewe mzee sikia. We have no business within our government. Hatuna haja na hatugojei wewe. We are not looking for you and we have no time. Stop saying that people can force you to come to this government. Forget about being forced or coerced. We are not interested because sisi tuko na kazi ya kufanya.
Kama kuna mtu ako na namba ya William Ruto, arekodi hii video mtumie. Maisha yangu tangu nizaliwe sijawahi kuona mtu muongo, mfisadi, baradhuli, dhabdhabina kama William Samoei Ruto.
Mimi Hassan Joho nikitaka kuongea, mimi I don't even dream of engaging with them. Ati huyu akitaka aje aongee sio na mimi niongee na Ruto nini? Mimi nikamtafute atanipa nini? Wilbaro. I wonder. Nilipeleka Wilbaro mimi la kimtaani la kucheza nalo zamani.
We have a choice to reject over 60% of these names or give President Ruto his skunk. Apart from a few individuals who are not even more than 8, the rest are incompetent, unqualified, have integrity issues, are people who cannot deliver this country from where it is to the next level that we want the country to move in.
A few moments later.
Now forwarded the name of John Mbadi Ngongo to the Ministry of National Treasury and Economic Planning. The Honorable Hassan Ali Joho, Ministry of Mining, Blue Economy and Maritime Affairs.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
One of the things that are ailing our country is negative ethnicity. You find you as a state officer, instead of thinking as a Kenyan, you think like a tribal person.
Let me tell you something. The biggest problem we have had in this country is a leadership deficit. There is nothing that you are going to do in the process of change if you are not a risk taker. So you really have to pursue your vision to a logical conclusion and even be ready to step on people's toes.
When it comes to the economy, you can run away with it. They say statistics are like bikinis. They reveal a lot, but they conceal the vitals. And so government people would throw statistics at you and tell you they're revealing a lot of information to you, but it's really concealing the real vitals.
We need to get out of that, because when we want to grow our democracy, one basic thing that really requires to be understood by the political class, by all of us, is institutions are critical.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right.
Very good morning. At 9 minutes after 7 o'clock, this is the Situation Room. It's Kenya's biggest conversation on this 28th of July 2025. Ndu and Dennis Aseto with you. Prayers up for Dennis Okari, who's feeling a little bit under the weather this morning, but with us here, and the conversations will continue. He connected us last week, and so he's passed over the baton to Aseto to, carry on with that. So how are we connected?
So you see, now, when you talk about connection, especially the 5G connection by Safaricom, it is just an amazing device, So I will give you a personal story. When I was in Garissa, I asked for Wi-Fi, and guess what they gave me? They gave me the 5G connectivity device, the router, yes. Okay. And when I took this to my room, you get to understand how beautiful and how fast, how amazing and reliable this router is, because you get to use these and connect to every other device that you have. And that notwithstanding, remember at some point there was a power issue where I was, and this thing has a power backup. It gets to actually make you use these for up to 3 hours. We're talking about 5G connectivity of up to 2,400 Mbps. It can't get any better than that. And you see, this is a router, as amazing as it is. We talk about seamless connectivity. You can enjoy up to 70% discount on the 5G router, And when you talk about 70%, we talk about 2,999 shillings. 2,999 shillings, where you get to enjoy this, and you get this at masoko.com. You go to any Hotpoint store or Quickmart, where you get to have this router. Now, this offer is valid for a limited period of time, and you can get yours today. Get to test it, get to use it. It is as beautiful as it gets. Security check, seamless connectivity check, and that notwithstanding, you get connected to very many people. You know what I mean?
There you go. And a personal experience right from the Aseto's mouth, because he used it over this last week when he was out, doing work. Not the horse. Yeah, a good horse in this case. And so what do you do with your money? Even as we get into this conversation this morning, let's face it, there's never been a better time to take control of your financial future. So when we say now is your time for wealth, we're not just throwing around a tagline. We're talking about being deliberate with your money, your goals, and your legacy. So Standard Chartered Priority Banking offers a comprehensive approach to managing your finances, both your current lifestyle needs and your future aspirations. So for then and also for tomorrow, whether you're thinking about starting a portfolio for streamlining your assets, the advice is personalized, it's strategic and tailored to where you are in life. And I get it. When you've worked so hard to build something, trust and security then essentially become everything. But consistent. You want a partner who's not just competent but consistent, someone who protects what matters and helps you grow it. That's what you get with Standard Chartered, a solid, trusted partner who understands wealth isn't just about money, it's about the people, values, and futures behind it. So today, email wealth.ke@sc.com to begin your journey, because your time is now. Do that with Standard Chartered today. Send that email. You never know what could click just because you did. All right. It's been buzzing over the last couple of weeks, actually, and then beyond that has come into the last couple of days. What really is then going to happen with education in this country? Who is going to take responsibility for making sure that children went to school or that do go to school? And we'll have that conversation this morning as we get into it. We start off the conversation this morning with two of our guests in the studio, and Joining us, neither of them are guests, or rather, they're not strangers to the Situation Room. As we get into that, Dr. Maina Wagaidhuru is the Secretary General of the Parents Association of Kiambu County, joins us this morning. Karibu sana.
Asante sana.
Boaz Waroku is the Elimu Bora Working Group Policy Advisor, also here with us this morning. Good morning, Boaz.
Good morning, Do. Thank you. And
Karibu
good morning, Aseto.
Good morning, Boaz.
Yes,
How are you?
and my friend whom we have just met with here.
Yes.
Morning, and to the viewers. Thank you.
Thank you for being here this morning.
Yeah.
Aseto is taking us to a different African country. Let's hear what that proverb is. And as we get into this bit of a sticky conversation, we'd like to hear your interpretation of the proverb.
So we're in a country that is an island, the fourth largest island in the world, but this is a very beautiful country because when you think about it, it's separated both from India and Africa. We're talking about millions and millions of years ago. None of us was an idea back then. But it is a beautiful country. So we're talking about Madagascar. Now, Madagascar, 90% of wildlife found there is not found anywhere else in the world. So we're talking about lemurs only found in Madagascar. So let no one tell you can come to Kenya and find a lemur. Atakuwa na kudanganya. You only find it where? In Madagascar. So Kenya, we have swimming lions.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and you also have fossa, which is a cat-like predator, and baobab trees. We have baobab trees actually in Kilifi, the western part, the coastal part of the country. But these one are iconic avenue of the baobab, so it makes it special. But let's go to the proverb of the day, right? And the proverb goes like, "Do not be like the chicken that scratches for food while destroying its own nest." Do not be like the chicken that scratches for food while destroying its own nest. Boaz, I start with you. How would you interpret that?
Do not be like the chicken that scratches for its food while destroying its nest.
Yeah.
But I've never come across such a chicken. Most chicken are very brilliant. And they know where to scratch for food, and they know where their nest is. But based on the Malagasy people, those are very great men and women. I thought you were going to mention Raji, the DJ president. Yes, that's a great country. That simply tells us that even as you are hunting for food, ensure that where you stay is also safe. Do not destroy an environment that would be your comfort or your house in an attempt to do or to get for food, similar to growing up in the village and all that. Look at those grass thatched houses. Look at those the size of poles and all that. You come back in the evening and then you start. You're looking for firewood from the top of your roof. When you do so, the end result is that the rain will overwhelm you. So do positive things, even as you're looking for greater good. Don't do negative ones. That would be my interpretation. Thank you.
How do you interpret it?
Fine. I think I'll go a different way because the proverb is so articulate and on a chicken that has been given food, trying to scratch on its nest. And I think I would liken it to a society that, or a government that has a structure, and now it is trying to scratch again from the structure, to not knowing that they're destroying it, and by doing so, they may destroy the future of what was meant to be by the structure. That is my interpretation today.
Okay.
And I also say that I also greet my viewers and the listeners, and people from Kiambu. I know there are several people who are listening. I could see now that several people to the tune of thousands are listening, especially principals.
Yeah.
And principals, our secretaries in the organization. So we thank God that we may come to something, and we hope that we may not be like the proverbial chicken that destroyed its nest by scratching rather than eating the food.
Okay. In this case, that nest could be the foundation that we give for children in the country to access a wholesome education, which is non-negotiable. It's not just people's emotions, it is constitutionally bound.
Yes.
And if the constitution is the law under which Kenyans and Kenya will operate, then this is a non-negotiable term in terms of what you do for children.
That's right.
All right?
That's right.
Now, let's take a few steps back. Not forget, but let's park the hullabaloo over the last couple of days for who said I didn't say, I was misquoted, etc., etc. And let's look at the initial statement that was made by Treasury Secretary John Mbadi. He said that the government can no longer afford to provide free primary and secondary education. He appeared before the National Assembly Committee on the 24th of July. He claimed that free basic education was no longer sustainable, citing the increased number of students in schools and constrained fiscal resources. He also said that the capitation grant for secondary schools would now be 16,900 shillings per child, down from 22,244. He said, and I quote, "Currently, learners are provided with tuition and operation costs at the rate of 1,420 shillings for primary education. For junior school, it is 15,042 shillings per child, and in senior secondary school, it is 22,244 per child." He said, again, and I quote, "However," remember this is on the Hansard, okay? "However, due to constrained fiscal space and other emerging priorities within the education sector, updating these rates might be untenable. The government will, however, consider reviewing this rate should revenue performance improve." On exam fees, he broached the subject of national exam payments, revealing that the government was considering having students pay registration fees for national exams. Backing these assertions was the Education CS Julius Ogamba, who also believed that the increasing number of school enrollments played a part, and said this particular figure for the past 4 to 5 years has never been attained in the budgeting of the money that comes to the ministry, and that is because the number of students has been going up, but the figure has remained static. Okay, so that is what was said. He wasn't standing on the roadside of somewhere. He had been called by the Committee on Education in Parliament, and this is what he said. No sooner had he finished making this statement that the country went into uproar and said, my goodness, what are we going to do in terms of what happens? Now, just allow me just a few more minutes before we go into this, because he then came back a few days later and said that he was misquoted on education funding. So essentially, if we get that right, then this conversation this hour might be null and void. He said that on that, he spoke about the controversial remarks that he made last week that appeared to cast doubt on the sustainability of government's free education program, saying his comments were directed at Parliament and not the public. Mbadi now claims that he had been misquoted, stressing that his message was an appeal to lawmakers to increase funding for education rather than a warning to parents about looming school fees. Again, I quote, "I was speaking to policymakers. I was speaking to members of parliament who approved the budget." He said this while in a rally in Nyatike in Migori County on Saturday. He said, "I told them we must enhance the budget for capitation so that every child receives 22,000 shillings. What we have is less than 22,000. You see where we are?" So he said he was not speaking to Kenyans. So all this noise that you've been making for the last 4 days is unwarranted, and that the proclamations that have been made across board are now essentially moot. Boaz?
Do thank you for inviting me on behalf of Elimu Bora to this conversation. And I think it is a very difficult situation to find yourself in, particularly when the CS for Treasury starts by indicating things which, in his understanding, are no longer tenable. He says it is no longer possible to afford free compulsory basic education. He says it is not sustainable And he's saying, so you have put the context clearly within the parliament, formal process, meaning that that is the formal presentation he's having there. So walking back on it days later does not help.
Okay.
Even the president yesterday pronouncing himself that he does not intend to do anything similar to what the public seems to be discussing, because he's committed to free and compulsory basic education. I would say the statements that the two gentlemen said outside of Parliament constitute political gerrymandering, because the truth is the truth, and let's get to the facts.
Okay.
What Mbadi said is what is obtaining in the budget. The Limobora Working Group has worked on that budget, has analyzed it. Right from the time when the budget policy statement was prepared and submitted, we did send a memorandum and indicated that the statistics that were being used were not consistent, or the pronouncements that were being made and the estimates, because on the budget policy statements they were providing for those estimates. When the budget paper itself now was provided, we looked at it vote head.
Yeah.
Among the critical things which they are pronouncing themselves on, even the school fees, our memorandum indicated that, the exam fees, our memorandum indicated that there's no provision for that, and we asked Parliament to allocate it. They allocated subsequently, when the budget was being now adopted, they added 5 billion to that, from a budget that we had said should have been 9 billion, because that is from the previous kind of the budget that they had. In other words, it was defunding of education had begun. But it was a case of you slice your ear to block your nose or whatever it is, because they plucked it from the capitation, So that's what the kind of thing that they were doing. And the same capitation that they were pulling some of these funds from had already been underfunded. We'd looked at the statistics in terms of the number of the learners that they put now to be supporting, and then you realize that the amount that they have put there is not consistent. And indeed, because we were looking at if the allocation for the child from the primary 1 to primary 6, and then from junior school grade 7 to junior school grade 9, and that of course the secondary, or what we are calling currently the high school, Form 2 to Form 4, because those are the ones who are in session for this year. You realize that budget could not add up. It's a total budget of 701 billion for education. That budget has lots of deficits because you come to certain sections, for example, the teachers' issues, which they are keeping on saying that they do the recruitment, they'll even convert interns into permanent and pensionable, but the budgets were just not there. You pronounce yourself that you'll be converting teachers into permanent and pensionable, but you do not provide for that. Our memorandum articulated all these issues. I think the problem we are having with the administration currently is a case of always just trying to draw or cause trouble for people to be angry, and so that sensibilities are thrown out of the window, so that everybody is seen as, this is just politics. Education is not just about politics.
But when you talk about the education in the country, and you talk about the free education, look at immediately former President Mwai Kibaki got in and said, let there be free education. And we saw that happen for the entire period that he was in office. Then comes President Uhuru Kenyatta, and he even extrapolated that and said, let there be
affordable secondary
education. But here now we hear statements being made starting from the highest officer in the land, from the president going down to the cabinet secretaries. And one asks the question, is it that we have failed to plan? Is it that there is funds available that we have misplaced priorities? Or is it that we just don't know what you're doing in the education sector?
Clear things, I know my friend would come in, but one thing which must be clear about the intentions. The intentions must be clear. Kibaki rolled out free primary education against the advice and wishes of the then serving president, Daniel Arap Moi. Daniel Arap Moi had Uhuru Kenyatta as his candidate, and his candidate said it is not possible. The language that, actually the statement that Mbadi gave in parliament is exactly the statement that Moi gave prior to that election. And I don't know why he just had to go to the archives to restate what Moi was stating, because Moi said with his 15 years as the vice president and 24 years as the president, he can tell Kenyans it is not affordable to have free primary education, what NAC at the time was calling for. So it is the intention first. Kibaki came in, and Kibaki said, no, this thing is doable. We know the leakages which are there in our public finance system. And he was saying, I want this thing to be done. And he had this summit of NAC. The first thing he did was to put people who could deliver. I mean, Professor Nyang Nyong'o in terms of planning and all that. When you come to Professor George Saitoti, of course, that was a mathematician at the university and all that. He put people who could engage with the material and give us a way forward. He told them, we promise, it is possible, let's have this done. And they rolled it out. Didn't we see the octogenarians like Kimani Maruge, going to school? It didn't take, a rocket scientist to come and crack this. It is the intention, it is the goodwill. If that doesn't exist, because I think what the CS was doing in Parliament was wrong. In fact, I wish the Parliament just closed the door and said, we are impeaching you instantly, because they have the power. Unfortunately, we do not have a parliament with the teeth. Because when he was saying that, he should not be allowed to say things which are ultra-vires or counter to the Constitution. He was speaking against the Constitution, Article 53, which pronounces itself that every child has got a right to free and compulsory basic education. How do you have a CS going in there to renounce that? So that is not acceptable.
So, Dr. Minor, do you think he was telling the truth? In his first statement, when he said that being able to provide free primary and secondary education is not tenable, do you think he was telling the truth?
I think he was speaking from somewhere, because from 2019, the education in our country has been shambles. And you remember during the 2019, where we had this viral COVID-19 and those kind, the education has not been funded the same anymore. They have a big backlog, but they have not paid schools. Parents have to go back their pockets, dip back in their empty pockets, and try to sustain their children in school, because naturally they're supposed to provide for their children. It's quite unfair, especially when you try to kill somebody's dream, and you are praising the economy to be racing in this country. If the economy is racing, then we are seeing the opposite of it, because education should be prioritized. Education is the key, and without education, because I believe that education is the international currency, and education being the international currency should be prioritized. They should be number one. So I think when he spoke to Parliament, he was speaking to Kenyans. When he spoke to Parliament, he was speaking to us. He was trying to tell us, provide, because he even gave examples and said, by themselves, he said, as parliamentarians, we are able to pay. But when I think about the poor parents in Kenya who make the biggest percentage, then we take it very seriously. That is a very serious debate being taken, trivialized by Parliament or by the likes of ministers who may not know. Because I think
the economy is building up. They are saying we have raised the economy. Therefore, I think we should see the government doing better.
Do you think they can? Do you think they can? Resources is what we're talking about. This is a resource-bound activity. Do you think that Kenya now has enough to take care of this?
What it takes is our priorities that are wrong. So I think all the funds that we are collecting, all the taxes that we are collecting, should be directed to education. That is not negotiable. If we want to have a future, if we want to build a future, if we want to have a generation that will be able to be readers, then that's what we are going to direct to. But again, I would like to urge the government, if you don't direct or take education seriously, then we are sitting on a bombshell. You see, the Gen Zs are wise. They are able to argue their case. Then you can try a generation that will be made of fools. That will be even worse than anything else. So I think it should be education to be prioritized, and education, all the resources, and that's what the Parliament Association is saying. And Parliament Association is enacted by Parliament. Therefore, we are taking it. We are not taking it rightly when you tell us to start organizing ourselves to pay, and we know we have poor parents, and we study the gap, and we know the government has what it takes. But we thank the president. If what he says is not rhetoric, what he is saying is serious, then we think they can. If they have the will, if they have the will, then they can be able to provide for education if they prioritize education.
Let's take a break at this point. We're looking at the education in crisis, whether it is resources for capitation or across board, from ECD all the way through towards university and tertiary. The question is, so where are we now? We're going to come back and we'll continue with that. Remember that wealth protection and decision support is what you need. You know what keeps a lot of people up at night? The idea that everything they've built could be lost, either through poor advice or market downturns. That's why wealth preservation and risk management are key pillars at Standard Chartered Priority Banking. Their expert teams don't just guide you, they protect your assets from market fluctuations, economic shocks, and unexpected risks. Add that to their specialized investment advice and portfolio management, and you've got a recipe for building sustainable long-term wealth. And for those overwhelmed by endless options, from real estate to internal and international investments, you get expert help to optimize decision making. It's not just about growing wealth, it's about growing wisely and with clarity. Your path to smart, protected, and informed wealth starts with one email: wealth.ke@sc.com, because this is your time.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
When you are unwell, you need a healthcare partner who will prioritize your welfare. Aga Khan University Hospital has brought specialized care near to you through their 54 medical centers across East Africa. And now the hospital has brought world-class care to Raptor Road, Westlands at the Promenade Building. Some of the specialist services offered in this clinic include family physician, pediatricians, well baby, gynecologist, ENT specialist, counseling psychologist, nutrition and weight loss, among others. The Aga Khan University Hospital has also made medical checkups more available through our subsidized wellness packages. These packages are available at a clinic in your neighborhood. Do not wait until it is complicated. When diseases are detected early, there are more treatment options, better outcomes, and quicker recovery. From as low as 10,415, you can get a comprehensive medical checkup in this clinic and at any of our medical centers. Visit any Aga Khan University Hospital Medical Center in your hood today or call 0730-011-888. Aga Khan University Hospital. World-class care here and now.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM.
Continuing our conversation this morning now at 23 minutes to 8 o'clock. The Secretary General of the Parents Association, Kiambu County, is Dr. Maina wa Gaithoro, and also joining us is Boris Waruku, who is the Elumu Bora Working Group Policy Advisor. We're having a conversation this morning, and I think for the longest time we've been asking ourselves, really, what do public schools really look like? What is the situation whereby we're saying the public schools, first of all, and who staffs them? and to say what is really being delivered to Kenya's children. Majority of Kenya's children attend public school.
Sure.
Whether it's at the primary or it's a secondary level.
Sure.
And what is the picture already before we now start to say that we're not going to be able to apply the resources that are required for these children to go to school?
Thank you very much, Ndu. If I may start, I'll tell you that for Elimu Bora, first, we anchor strongly for inclusive, quality public education in this country, because we know through that is where the children of the most vulnerable, most economically deprived, most, the downturn in terms of economic abilities, children from those areas are able to get to the school. But the second fact I want to tell you, just this morning, as I was coming here, I met so many students from secondary schools who are coming back home. That early break. The situation is because our head teachers have been telling us they don't have money. Capitation is not going to school. It's not going adequately, but it's also not going in time. So early closures.
So you finished your exam. There's nothing you're doing.
There are those who finish. There are those who finished on 25th. I think the mocks, like the Nairobi part, they finished and they were told go home. Ordinarily, they would be allowed time to continue revising, and even the teachers take time to go through the papers with them and ask them, how did you feel about this? But this is a case where done, go home because we don't have money to sustain you. So the situation in our schools is that the head teachers or the administrators are straining. They are straining because the government is not meeting the capitation that is required. And indeed, this has been the CS owned up and said they have never been doing so. Instead of telling us how they are intending to do increase the resources and ensure that it is remitted in time, instead of telling us how they'll stop the chopping off of the funds that are allocated to the students, because you see, the funds allocated to students right from primary to the secondary school, they are earmarked. I mean, primary 1,440. Second, junior school, the 15,040. And you come to the secondary or high school, it is supposed to be 22,400. I don't know that. 244. Yes. So in that case, you find that not all that amount has been transferred. I think the CS, and even previously when we have been analyzing, we've been saying they rarely get 15,000, but the CS owned up and said they have been remitting about 17,000 out of the 22. In other words, some money is kept at the top here.
They say it's for infrastructure development. They retain 5,000 shillings, and they say this is for infrastructure development. So, Boaz, if you are in the middle of Mwingi, for example, and there's a school that requires whatever, building of a new, it comes from that money.
You do know how that is very incorrect from the document they have.
Yes.
Because the document they have a different vote for the infrastructure. Currently, they have a vote that talks about infrastructure for 440 schools. Our memorandum asked, which are these schools? We said, when a budget is not so specific, that is where you budget for corruption.
And if I may add,
and we say, yes.
At the end of 2024, we were told that by December, 10,000 new classrooms, not schools, 10,000 new classrooms would have been, established, if that's the correct word, constructed. Where would that money come from?
That money, initially, because they said we are now, you remember there was a call to take the grade 9 to high schools, because they're saying now there will be no Form 1, there will be infrastructure there. You remember that the high schools even still have that extra CBC classroom. So they were saying, let's take them there, because there's constraints in infrastructure at the primary school level where junior school was domiciled. And they said, no, we have allocated a special fund for the infrastructure. In Nairobi alone, you do remember, I think we discussed in this studio, where 1 billion shillings had been allocated just for a construction of those classrooms. And you are saying we need to track and see that that money has been used to construct those classrooms. I think that is a process that even the National Parents Association, I know they are assessed of that matter. I think through my Secretary General, through their chairman, the Silas Obuhadza, we've been asking that they check every school to see if those classrooms have been done. So those are special projects. The amount that unfortunately has been allocated for infrastructure, and we did ask, was amount allocated for 440 schools. And we are saying out of the 26,000 public primary school, out of 9,000 plus public secondary school, how will you even select this 440? How will you do so? They say, no, the NGCDF will cater for the infrastructure. But we say, do you know that there's a court decision that the NGCDF is unconstitutional? How will you sustain such an outfit? So I think there's confusion which is deliberately being created. It is being created, but not to help us fix the issues or the problems which we are having in the education sector. If only they could be sitting and humbly and honestly telling us truth based on the obtaining facts on the ground. They go to the infrastructure, tell us, okay, let's have this infrastructure done. Can each and every school prioritize? If it is the classrooms, if it is a boarding school and the boarding facilities were wanting, so that we go through knowing that that is what is required. I tell you, maybe because I don't want to take a lot of time, I'll tell you that because the budgeting process is centralized at the Treasury, directed by the World Bank and IMF. That is why Kenyans are not able to do their budget accordingly. Because? Open up the budget process. The directives, our budget is being done in Washington, so to say. The headquarters of the IMF, World Bank, the Bretton Woods institutions. The moment we extricate ourselves from that, I think we'll open up the budget process in accordance with Chapter 12 of our Constitution. The budget making process is supposed to be a sovereign exercise done by the citizens of this country, allowing them to start right from the school level, identifying the educational needs and saying, if the needs we require are 1, 2, 3, the amounts we require are 1, 2, 3 should be, so that in case at the national level, we realize that we may not get all the money. There'll be priority. We'll say we'll start from 1 to 2. The next time we'll go to 3. Okay. In that case, it would be better. But right now, the reason why they were even now trying to cut off from capitation to take to exams and all that, it's because it has already been determined elsewhere. And it's just being brought
so let's,
in that aspect.
Let's look at it from the parent perspective now. Here's a situation where $1 billion shillings has been allocated to Nairobi to construct these schools. First of all, as the Parents Association, has that happened? And even when you talk about 400 schools that would be constructed through that emergency development fund that is there, has that happened? And if not, how are you guys approaching that and having this discussion with the government?
First and foremost, I think it was long to politicize education because these classes were built for the long reasons, for political reasons. Because why would you leave a space in a primary, in a secondary school, and create a new class, and you don't have funds? If that is true, there were no funds. Then this makes it look so misplaced that you are misusing funds in infrastructure, whereas there is a infrastructure that is laying idle.
Are you saying the Presidential Working Party that made that decision to domicile these classes in primary?
That was wrong.
Got it all wrong.
That was even against our decision. We had said why domicile it and we need infrastructure. Unless there was a misplaced priority and there was political business that was involved. And I'm not a politician, but as parents, we may think naively and say this was a misplaced priority because we had infrastructures, and even as we speak, we are going to grade 10 with very little infrastructure. And as you know, recently there are several schools, more than 4,000 of boys that have not been chosen by a single child. These agencies, they know schools without infrastructure, and they will not force them to go there. The biggest rebel from the children will be when you force them to go to the schools that they never chose. We are choosing 12 schools.
Yes.
12 schools. And previously we had been choosing 11 schools. And now this one is dictatorial, because previously we said, no, now we are supposed to be dictated by, because we have been done retouring. A lot of retouring has been done to the parent association, so that we can also guide the CBE.
Okay.
The baptized CBE from the CBC. And why they are doing this is because we would like to see as if we are doing something, to be seen as if they are doing something. But what the real thing is that we are lacking in infrastructure, whereas we shall leave there are infrastructures that have incomplete in primary schools, whereas we have idle infrastructures in secondary school. You can see the scenario.
Okay.
The scenario is wanting. It's either we are having leaders who do not see, or leaders who are read by something that I may not say, or could be gluttonous for money or for business. So I think it is important for us to put matters right. What was done was wrong.
Okay.
And the two wrongs cannot make a right.
So, Boaz,
Yes,
as you hear the cabinet secretary say that Kenyans want to be told what they want to hear, not the truth, is there a semblance of truth in what the cabinet secretary is saying, that let us face these problem head on, that the government is unable to provide the funds, the free secondary funds, fees pretty much? Is there a case there? Do we want to hear what we want to hear, or we're just afraid of hearing?
Actually,
allow me to put something in there as well,
please.
Boaz, because we're talking about constitutionality here.
Yes.
We're not talking about somebody's idea. You know,
not suggestions.
President Kibaki made the free primary education.
Yes.
And this was before the
2010
Constitution.
Yes.
But the 2010 Constitution came in and enshrined free and compulsory basic education. Now remember, this goes across primary into secondary.
Yes.
So it enshrines free and it is compulsory. So that is, they must go to school and they shouldn't pay for it. So that means government ought to pay for it.
Yes.
Coming off of that premise?
Government pays for it from the taxes they collect from the public. I'll come to that. I'll start with what Dennis is saying. CS Mbadi cautions and tells Kenyans, please, let's tell you the truth. We know it will be bitter, but the truth is, we cannot afford. That is what he goes to say. And he says, I know you want you to hear, for me to tell you nice things. I'm not going to tell you those nice things. But when he went to that rally out there, he did the very exact thing. He was telling them not nice things to hear. But in Parliament, he was pronouncing himself on the basis of the facts as were in that budget. And those facts are still in that budget. Things which ourselves have been calling out for and telling them that the amounts you put there are not adequate. Mbadi talked about reducing capitation from 22,240 to 16,900. That was not a suggestion. It is in the document that he is holding. So whatever he's doing out there now that is completely, that's where the politics is. The same thing he was questioning is what he was doing. So this is supposed to be a technocrat, he's supposed to be an expert, but he's also playing politics of the gallery. That must be called out. We as policy analysts and all that, we'd call him out also and say, in a setup which has been ironclad in the Constitution, that if you want to change policy, there must be public participation. When and how did he consult to arrive at the 16,900 from that time? He's completely off the side. That's why even when I made a statement that it should have actually been censored by Parliament, I think Parliament should have called him back to order and told him, you are embarrassing yourself here, you are out of order, go and reflect on the matters you're saying so that you come back and do. The Constitution is not providing suggestions on what should be done. I come from Homo Bay, and that is where the constitutional gurus, even from the streets, come from, the young people. There's a young man who told you, shall means mandatory.
Yes.
Why do you want me to call that young man to come and lecture you again? Because when it said the every person has the right, and the government shall, Article 23. That is a directive principle. The government shall provide for that. That's Article 23. So free and compulsory. Free means don't ask these people to come and pay for the exam. Don't ask these parents to come and start shouldering the burden of education infrastructure, the equipment and the material. But compulsory means every time it's a school season, there shouldn't be iota of a single child being seen walking the streets that is out of school. As we speak now, UNESCO puts 2.5 million children to be out of school. Meaning compulsory is not being realized. UNICEF and the Save the Children, based on their report of 2024, they put it at 3.5 million. So the dream of these children is being betrayed. And that's why for us, we're saying as a Limbora, let there be a reset on how do we handle the free and compulsory basic education, but also because Article 55 on the youth is also saying that every young person, and you know the youth, those people who are below 35, that those people are entitled to education and training of quality to the highest level attainable at affordable rate. And it also ties that with the Article 23 of the Constitution. That article compels the government to do all that is within its powers to ensure that they deliver on the promises of our Constitution. Anybody who is speaking differently is not a friend of the children, is not a friend of the youth, is not a friend of this country, and is listening to other people outside there.
And it is also against the Ministry of Education policy for accessing education.
Yes.
And every child shall access education, not shall pay. Accessibility is the key, and now you find it indifferent, because you find even primary schools charging entry fees,
outlawed fees,
a lot of fees that are supposed to be, and in the eyes of the government, colluding with the government agencies there in the sub-counties, in the counties. So I think the government should come up straight and say that it's compulsory. If it is compulsory, the say Onyubakumi is supposed to be used whose child is not attending school. Why are they not attending school? And we even said earlier on that if we wanted to make it compulsory, remove the uniform. And if you remove the uniform or allow the parents to buy something that looks like uniform. Because something that looks like uniform, you can go to anywhere and buy. But when you say that uniform is going to be bought from shop B, you are also trying now to make it very hard for the parent. You are going against your own policy of accessibility to education. So I think the government needs to come up seriously. And I think we are not taking lightly that somebody is saying, these are not rhetorics. These are things that have been talked, spoken, and they want to be illustrated to the parent, the poor parent. And I think the child shall actually in future question, why was it free, compulsory, and why was my parent not able to take me to school?
You see, we're talking about a deficit of 64 billion shillings that has not been remitted by the government, and this is a matter that continues to pile up on the fact. Now, couple that with the fact that teachers have also not been employed to the numbers that are needed. Waruku,
yes,
what are we doing to the education sector, and how do we just sort out the mess that is in there?
The mess can be sorted by people who understand education. The leadership is wanting on education in this country. If we can't fix that, we'll not fix education. Two, the mess must be sorted by ending impunity and corruption in the education sector. My brother and the National Parents Association have been talking about this. They're saying, when the amounts that are being remitted and the levies that the parents are being charged, those are illegal levies. Elimu Bora did a survey and indicated part of what my friend Maina is saying. Admission fees outlawed by Basic Education Act, Section 29. Those are still being charged. Even desks are being asked for them to go. So a leadership that allows that to continue is exploiting the parents. But also there are some heads of schools who have also gone overboard and have become part of the barriers to access of education. You heard about the Auditor General's report where a school transfers 2 million for welfare association matters, Kenya Secondary Heads Association.
And it is illegal.
That is illegal. That's a welfare body. They send 2 million to that welfare body, but they are sending the children for the balance of 2,000, some small balances. In other words, I think the call that even Elimbora and the National Parents Association we are making is remove all these barriers.
Even activity fee.
Yes.
There's something known as activity fee.
Yeah.
And even if in the computation, Jogo will deduct the activity fee from Jogo. And then want our secretaries. Yes. And then they want the secretaries who are in the Parent Association, who are our head teachers or principals, to actually also account for that.
Yeah.
Activity, and this activity is not seen to be given to the national, the pupils or the student when they go to national.
The students
they are not given. Again, the parent is supposed to pay. So you can see this kind of extortion of money to the parents is unwarranted, and I think it is making the poor parents become so sidelined that they are not able to access education. Their students, and you every day you see students in the streets walking, going, and this is in the eyes of the government, because there is the eyes of the government. We should call them, say, Nyubakumi, we have the chief, we have everybody, we have the education officers, the Dikaso, and everybody. And it is happening at their face. Activity fee of 300 shillings collected from primary schools, and everybody knows that. And nothing is being done, because this money exchanges hands. I believe it exchanges from the sub-county to the county to the highest level. So that's why it's done with impunity. I think this must stop, and it must be, the dream of Mwai Kibaki must be reactivated. Indeed. It must be deactivated.
Indeed, it has to. And something has got to shift, even as we wrap up this conversation. Last words from you, boss.
Yes, I wanted just to say that, you started by indicating that Kibaki delivered free primary education without the constitution we have 2010. It was the intention. He knew that for this society to develop, for the industrialization, the transformation we require, invest in education.
Indeed.
With the 2010 constitution, we should now not be negotiating. Why? Because that negotiation had been done, and Kenyans settled on it. They settled and said in black and white, this is what we will follow: free and compulsory basic education, and also supporting tertiary education, the youth education and training to the highest attainable level. Access unlimited, including persons with disability.
Absolutely.
That is Article 54. So you'd find that all these things had been settled by Kenyans. The problem we are having is the deficit in understanding by the leadership and in being clear and focused on the vision that the Kenyans themselves identified. And if they cannot follow that vision, I think let them ship out.
And let somebody who can handle it do.
Yes.
I guess that's where we're going with that. Maina wa Gaidhoro, Doctor, is the Secretary General of the Parents Association, Kiambu County. Boaz Waroko, Elimubora Working Group Policy Advisor. Thank you for being here. The conversations don't end. We must continue.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Asante.
Thank you.
Good morning. This is the News Wire. I'm Leah Ubaga. Treasury Cabinet Secretary John Mbadi has further spoken about controversial remarks he made last week that appeared to cast doubt on the sustainability of the government's free education program, saying his comments were directed at Parliament, not the public. Mbadi now claims that he had been misquoted, stressing that his message was an appeal to lawmakers to increase funding for education rather than a warning to parents about looming school fees. This then comes as President William Ruto has said that free education is the constitutional right of every student. He further assured Kenyans that strategies are being put in place to further strengthen the education sector in the country and ensure that every student gets quality education at an affordable cost.
Na mimi nataka niwahakikishie wa Kenya ya kwamba free primary education katika primary na secondary ni haki ya kikatiba ya wananchi wa taifa letu la Kenya. Na tumehakikisha ya kwamba in the last 2 years tumefanya mambo kadhaa to make sure that education is truly universal and truly accessible, because the commitment we have is that education is the greatest empowerment that any society, any country can give to its young people.
Among the strategies is increasing teachers' salaries and hiring more to prevent frequent strikes.
Tunataka kuhakikisha kwamba hakuna mtoto wa Kenya anakosa kusoma kwa sababu hakuna walimu wa kutosha. Vile vile tumekubaliana na viongozi wa walimu wale wa KUPPET na wale wa NAT ili tusiwe na mambo ya strike na tusiwe na mambo ya msukosuko kwa mambo ya elimu. We have agreed with them, we have signed a CBA up to 2029. Sasa hatutakuwa na mgogoro hapa katikati. Tunataka walimu wetu washughulike na kusomesha watoto wetu. Tumekubaliana na wao, tutawaongezea mshahara.
A 16-year-old boy in Molo, Nakuru County has confessed to murdering his mother inside their residential house in Nyakiambi area. A police report indicates that the Form 3 dropout confessed to killing his mother after he demanded to know his biological father and she refused to disclose the information. According to neighbors, he then got angry and hit her head severely, killing her instantly.
Kapiga teke, mlango ikavunjika, tukaingia kuangalia, tunakuta maiti chini, tukafunua kidogo, tukaona kabisa hayuko, tukapata kaburi imechimbwa ndani ya nyumba, tukasema huyu mtu hajaenda mbali. Wakaingia ndani, wakamkuta chini ya kitanda, akachapwa, akaulizwa ulikuwa unamuua mama kwa nini? Alikataa kuniambia baba yangu. Unauliza baba wa nini? Nataka niridhi. Uridhi nini? Mali.
Alikataa kusoma. Alafu akaambia rudi shule, akakataa. Sasa hiyo shida yote ilikuwa hapo. Alisema ni alifanya hicho kitendo na pia akamchimbia shimo, alikuwa anataka kumzika huko ndani.
That's the news wire. I'm Lea Ubaga.
.5 Spice FM Kisumu.
Good morning, and I love your show.
Thank you.
Having come from a Kikuyu radio background, I migrated to Spice because of the content.
I was born in a slum, but somehow I got a break in life. So sometimes when you see the sweating coming out because of the passion and whatever it is, behind the noise, there are people, and we share the same umbilical cord.
It shouldn't be like that. I am so disappointed. We used to tell Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga that he's doing politics of conmanship, and even President Uhuru Kenyatta, serikali hii ndio iko na conmanship ya hali ya juu. You cannot promise people that you reduce tax then you double.
In politics, there is the issue of trust. For you to turn around and then stab the same people who gave you that trust, there is no other level of dishonesty. Imabo, utaona dunia tu.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
If we just gloss over issues and hope that time heals, then we might find that in generations to come, we might be back at the same situation. And the whole thing is born of stolen elections.
Spice.
When it comes to the decisions you make, you must be independent. There's no way you can allow one institution to dictate to you how you're going to conduct your operations, how you're going to decide cases. It's a no.
When you weaken the institution to the point where they cannot take action, then you realize that politicians have to come up and now start dealing with the issues.
That conversation has to die. Our politicians do not like the hard stuff. We must insist on the path of doing things right, whether popular or unpopular.
Money changes hands. That is a fact. If you have political goodwill at the highest top, like in Rwanda, then corruption will be an issue of the past. If you don't have political goodwill at the top, we will pass laws, we will amend laws, we will continue passing laws and re-amending laws, and nothing will happen.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Third hour of the Situation Room this Monday morning. Ndu and Dennis Aseto with you. The weather is on top of Dennis Okari today. So all the best and wishing him a quick recovery as he gets and navigates those waters, literally. And as we get into conversations this morning, necessary for us to do, tell you who's with us in just a minute. But Aseto has been connecting us, and he has personal experiences about how these connections actually work.
And you see, when you talk about this connectivity, we're talking about Safaricom 5G router, and it is a package that comes full board. You know, when you talk about connectivity, you're enjoying fast speeds. When you talk about fact that you are maybe on the road, you're traveling, your driver is taking you somewhere just in a matatu, and you want to attend your meetings, you can do that using the Safaricom 5G router. And when you talk about that, it is a subject of quality of life not being compromised at any given time, because like I just told you, I was in Garissa County, and when I was given this router, I was able to attend my meetings. I was able to attend class, you know, using this router. So you talk about uploads fast, downloads fast. That means you're able to do your work at a very efficient time. And we talk about another aspect about this router is the fact that it has an inbuilt power backup that lasts you up to 3 hours. Imagine what you can do with 3 hours of that inbuilt power when you want, say, to do your job, you want to watch your favorite movie or just listen to your music. It comes in through for you. And now we talk about the high-speed connectivity. When you talk about internet today, Ndu, there's nothing frustrating as having slow speeds.
Oh, God.
Safaricom is here to tell you, you know, with the 5G router, you're getting fast speeds of up to 256 Mbps. And all these at a price of 2,999 shillings. All that value at 2,999 shillings doesn't get any better than that.
There you go.
And for you to get this, where do you go?
Tell us.
All the Quick Mart outlets, masoko.com, and where again, all the Safaricom shops across the country. All that value at 2,999 bob.
It's great stuff, and so is wealth. And Standard Chartered wants you to remember this morning that wealth is not just about earning or investing. It's what you pass on, who you leave it to. And for many high net worth individuals, legacy and values matter just as much as capital. So Standard Chartered Priority Banking says we go beyond the numbers. Their team helps you with estate planning, ensuring your wealth transfers seamlessly while also preserving the values that you hold dear. So the world is constantly shifting, isn't it? It's shifting economically, politically, even tax-wise. Adapting to change is crucial. With Standard Chartered, you're not just reacting, you're actually prepared. This is more about financial success. It's about sustained intentional wealth. I want you to start your journey today. Email wealth.ke@sc.com, because if not now, then when? Now is actually the time to build your wealth. Not tomorrow, but today. And so we're getting into a conversation this morning where we're taking a look at the nation and wanting to ask ourselves certain questions and say a couple of things to the president. And helping us out with that this morning is one Professor Peter Kagwanja, who is the CEO of the Africa Policy Institute, and he's here. Good morning, Prof.
Good morning, Do. And how are you doing?
Very well, thank you.
I've just traveled from Beijing.
Oh, so really?
That lady who books this place, I tried to plead with her to allow me to rest, and said, no, there's no resting
There's
time.
no rest for the wicked.
There's problems. There are trouble in Kenya.
Eve, don't take her as you see her. She's quite the tough cookie.
I agree with you.
And still, you still have managed to look fantastic in aqua this morning.
Thank you. Yeah.
Karibu sana.
Asante.
You've just landed, and so has Dennis.
Yes.
And he's going to tell us which country he's coming from. And we would love you to share your interpretation of the proverb.
I mean, this country that over 140 million years ago split from Africa, and also 88 million years ago also split from India. So we're talking about the island of Madagascar, the fourth largest island across the world. You know, when you talk about the animal species, just unique, you talk about the lemurs. It is a country that also had a president who's a former DJ, you know, if you want to party,
Madagascar, yes.
You know,
And a nice movement.
The Malagasy people. So the Malagasy people today are giving us this proverb. And the proverb says, do not be like the chicken that scratches for food while destroying its own nest. How would you interpret that?
It means you have to be a little bit strategic in doing things. As you, in other words, you might be thinking you're very wise, but you're cutting a branch on which you sit. The next thing you see is that you're falling. That's how I would interpret it. So in your greed to be full, in your greed to be recognized as the wealthiest African, you might end up destroying your country, which is your nest.
Yeah.
Really.
Wow.
Yeah.
You know, the beautiful thing is look at the smile on Professor. You just gotta love it, man. You just gotta love it.
In the need to scratch away to get something to eat, you might destroy your own nest.
Yes.
And if it falls apart, you fall out of the tree.
Yeah.
Isn't it?
Yep.
Or wherever it is that you nest. So usually Monday mornings, we're looking at saying a word or two. Dear Mr. President is where we are. And you know, I think about the last time that you were here, and even at that time, we were talking about that there is no need to look very far for things that you would have to say to the president that just seem to be served up every other time. And even in a bid to be positive and optimistic about how things are, that unfortunately you're not dealt with very much to then ride on. As the week went into the end of a month, we then were blessed, should I say, with many more things that people could come and say, okay, so really, where are we here? And I'm going to even start with, you know, the Auditor General's reports that have been coming out over the last couple of weeks. And she's been giving really damning reports in terms of what has been happening. And that we are looking at grand theft auto, essentially, the great pilfering of resources at the very foot of what should be the development for the country. And we're asking the questions, number one, to get answers, but number two, to share information, as we should from this position where we sit. And if the Auditor General, who is the Chief Accounting Officer for government, is saying that we have problems in terms of billions, not millions, we passed millions a while ago, billions of shillings that should go to certain places and they are not going, and she makes her recommendations, but they end just there. What would be the word to dear Mr. President, who seems to be surrounded by very many advisors and people who should be his friends, telling him about ways in which things should be made better, but doesn't seem to be listening?
I do remember one of the most famous narratives in history, in human history, is the French Revolution. It's one topic on which a book or two comes out every year. And one of the, tantalizing stories about it was where there's this beautiful lady, the queen, or the wife to the monarch, who he sees people protesting outside there and asks, what do they want? And she's told that they want bread. And why can't they eat cakes?
Yes.
Because for her, life where she is so comfortable that there are choices between cakes and bread.
Surely.
But for the rest, there is none. I think the word we have for the president relating to Kenya is that first and foremost, we need to go to the foundations of this country. And the foundation of this country is not a hidden secret. It is, we talk about it every day. And the president himself sings about it every day. It is in our national anthem. That this country was created by God for all of us, not for one of us. And that this nation is a moral nation. And a moral nation is a nation where people don't look after themselves, they look after others. Leaders are not about self-aggrandizement and self-accumulation. It's about creating the wealth of the nation. And that is where people are complaining. It's not an attack on an individual, let's say William Ruto. It is a reassertion of the values on which we are built as a country. That we are a moral nation, a nation where justice is our shield and defender. And what do we mean by justice? When you appoint to your government people who are known to be corrupt, who are dealing in trades that do not benefit the country but harm this and future generations, When you throw overboard the idea of meritocracy, then you are telling a young kid, Kenyan kid, that they should not go to school, because even if you get a PhD, you are likely to starve to death. I dare say this is one of the very few countries in the world where a holder of a PhD can sleep without a meal. Because if you have no job, what does having a PhD mean? Because this is where we are in this country. I can mention one or two who are really scraping through, and they're highly qualified. So
why? Can I stop you there? Why is it so bad? What has made the situation so terrible where somebody who is clearly skilled and educated, but then is not able to get something to do at whatever level?
Because you veered away from the foundation, the moral foundations of this country. We are a moral nation where hard work pays, right? And progress in your own life is rewarded by your country. In other words, we are a merit-based country. We are based on the principle of meritocracy. Yet when you look at the so-called advisors that the president has surrounded himself with, most of them are not there because they deserve it. They are there because it's payback or royalty, or because it's part of a deal to get the government going. That is not the foundation on account of which we were founded as a people. And what does that mean? When you count the salaries of 25 top advisors in a country which is basically on its knees economically, is that really frugal? Is that a wise way of spending our shilling? Now, this is where we have a problem. Obviously, the other thing is even when you get the right skills, they are misplaced. They are put. Good economists to become the head surgeons. And therefore, and you get surprised that we're having messy operations or messy surgeries. and you talk about it in town, about how people are inept, how people are incapable. This country is not short of great people. The other thing related to that one can talk about is about being upright men and women. You remember Thomas Sankara and why he renamed his country from Upper Volta to Burkina Faso. Burkina Faso, translated in his native language, is the land of upright people. And the people themselves became Burkinabe, people who are upright. Just to remind themselves every day that great nations are built by upright people, not by people who every day are looking for opportunities to make a dime or two out of corruption and out of mismanagement or those kind of things. So it is important for us to remember that we as Kenyans are also a land of upright people. That's what the founding fathers of this nation wanted us to be. So every day you make a deal that brings NHIF down or SHIF or SHA down. Anytime you divide money that is enough to pay for free primary education, free secondary education, free university education, and even free post-doctoral education, you divide it into small atomized funds that go to MCAs, to constituencies, to governors, women rep, senators, economic advisors, government. The president, I think, has 5 funds. So you atomize a fund that is capable of supporting the best education on planet Earth.
What you're saying is put it together, which I think has been advocated for the longest time.
Yes,
because this is what we're looking at. That look at the position of the nation.
Yes,
right.
Yeah,
and there was a man very brilliant who once said, you know what, if you want to understand the pulse of any nation, we're not just talking about on the African continent, any nation, look at the condition of who would be the most vulnerable at any one time. The children.
Yes.
Those who may be on the lower rung when it comes to then being able to feed. If their situation is so despicable that they can't survive, then that's the true picture of the nation.
Yeah.
So now here we are saying all these funds all over the place. We have people lining up for bursary every time. We're going to third term. It's about to start again. County governments are about to now start handing out checks. Members of parliament about to do the same thing. NGAF is also about to do the same thing with the women rep. We are also going to see the president's fund. I mean, for crying out loud. But are we saying if you take all of that, put it in one fund like a federal system and say we are sending this money to schools and everybody prepare your children, get up, go to school, period.
Yeah, that is what it is supposed to be. Two things that we can fund for ourselves without having to get any loan from World Bank, IMF and what have you, is one, education that we can, where we have reached. Two is health that we can. Now, we can struggle with everything else about our luxuries of what airline we are going to use and what buses we are going to use and so on. But those two we can. But why are we not able to? Because of the nature of our politics. Call it the culture of our politics. You want that MCA, you want that member of parliament, you want that governors to go bragging to people in the villages how they have helped them. Like there is any money, they are making those offices of theirs. They're not making money in the county government. They're not making money in constituencies. They're getting money from the top. Why can't that top behave and remove this nonsense? And remember, you are wasting the time of Kenyans. A Kenyan is told to go to the office to collect the form. They collect the form. They are told the next day is to return the form. The third day is to announce the bursary. You are spending 1,000 shillings to go for this. So by the time you are handed over the bursary, it is 2,000. And you have spent 3,000 on the back and forth movement to go for that bursary. 2,000 when the fee you are supposed to pay per year is 54,000 Kenya shillings. So are we really a serious nation? Or we are just out for a big joke? So, and mark you don't need a nuclear scientist to do the calculation for you. If you take the 5 or so presidential funds, you take the 47 county funds, you take the 290 MP funding, and I think 46,000 plus MCA funding, you amalgamate it, you have more money than you need to pay for all education in this country. What does that tell us? That somebody somewhere is supposed to be accountable for this nation. Remember, when we set up the new constitution, we created one center of accountability. So when people start thinking, the police are shooting, I said, leave the police alone. They are given guns and bullets. The question is, the order they are given. Police cannot do what they are not. They are not to do. Yes, they were hired, and the only thing they are given is not a djembe and a wheelbarrow. It is a gun and bullets.
Yes.
Now, two, you find that the officers in the government who are said to be corrupt and so on, and you start identifying them. That is diversionary. The real thing is our constitution has only one person who is accountable to us. We have not two centers of accountability. There is only one. And therefore, the responsibility falls within. Everything else is is trying to hold this office into account. Take the role of the parliament's oversight over the executive. Take the role of judiciary. It is to arbitrate about how the executive. The executive has the sole responsibility, and it should take that responsibility. So when our kids cannot go to school, our kids, when we cannot pay our fees because we are so poor, and somebody failed to attain their goals as members of this nation, then only one person is accountable, the one who sits at the apex. of the executive.
Prof, just from having a discussion here on education, and UNICEF has just said that 2 million Kenyan students will not be able to go to school.
Yes.
You know, we're talking about a constitution that is also so clear on matters to do with basic education that is mandatory and should be free.
Mhm.
But here we're talking about deficits of up to 64 billion shillings that has not been remitted to these basic schools and education in the country. And here we talk about constitutionalism and political expediency. You find the constitution is not being followed, is not being respected. It seems as though people don't care what this document says, but all they want to do is play politics, and all they care about is how they will retain power. What will it take for us to reset that button and do things the right way?
Well, first and foremost, for us to reset this nation, and I like that question, we have to educate our citizens. Because democracy has been said to be the worst form of government, but there is no other one that is better than it. That is Winston Churchill. But Kenya is reaching a level in terms of our politicking that we are now jokers. So the citizen needed to become into focus. And as we approach 2027, this becomes even more imperative. Why? Because you remember the problem that some of the thinkers of democracy, during its formative stages in ancient Greece, Socrates, was telling us the story of an election where the dentist lost so badly in a contest with the sweet seller or cadi seller. This man was selling sweets, and he came in public and promised, "Oh, you know what? I am going to make your life sweet all through," because he sells sweets. You come to my shop, you get your sweet, and you have a happy day. But my competition is going to make your life painful, and it's going to draw blood. This is the dentist. And at the end of the election, they elected the sweet seller. What did that mean? That they are going to be fed with sweet, and at the end of the term, they are going to have such bad teeth that you need not one, but many dentists. Yet you are responsible for putting this sweet seller to office. So we must take responsibility of our democracy. And taking responsibility of our democracy is just ensuring that you have a sword in your hand, and you have to use it to put it to good use, not bad use. Don't cast your vote to cadi seller, because they're not going to damage your teeth. Look for a dentist, because they're going to guide you on how to look after your teeth. You don't have to have an expense. That is one lesson we have learned from democracy, and that's what and that now begins to become the whole journey to respecting a constitution. We know for sure some of the people who are putting this constitution on a back burner are the same ones who opposed it. They were in the red. Yeah, they opposed it. And I have always wondered whether it's possible for people who really oppose the constitution to implement it to the letter. And in any case, do they even know the letter? They have their own notion of the constitution. So that's why they have no moral qualms or any indignation, putting that constitution the back burner and governing like we are back to 1980.
Yeah. Do you think, and if so, how would we see an exemplification of the same, that the president at this point knows what to do? That there could be wild conjecture flying about that, somebody could be dissatisfied because it was never their choice in the first place. But then there's also the fact, which is different from truth in some cases, but there's also the fact that when you look across sectors, there is something wrong. There is something going wrong. Whether it's in education, we've seen it. And now, of course, we know that it did not start with President Ruto's administration. This has been a long in the tooth We also see that there's a problem in the health sector. We still can't seem to wrap things around. Bringing in a new system doesn't seem quite to work. Infrastructure, there's a problem. Whether we look at how government and taxpayers' money is handled, there's a problem. It's not even coming from people who are on social media. It's coming from the Auditor General herself, who has been given a job by government to do this very thing. And she's saying, hang on a minute, even the billions that we say we've lost, look at where it's gone. Do you think he knows what to do?
Yes, he does. And if you don't know, which is normal, because nobody's born knowing anything. The only thing you are given by God is your brains. So you go and seek to know that which you don't know. Asking questions where you need answers. That is the provision of advisors in government.
He's got a number of them.
That's the provision is the provision of the positions of advisors in government is predicated upon the idea that you might not know and you need to know. And that is why the saying goes, show me your advisors and I'll tell you who you are. But of course, it is also assumed generally that advice means that you have the capacity to consume the advice. What if you don't? For example, you are know-it-all fellow, that in everything from cooking to swimming to everything you know. And you cannot listen to anybody. What happens if you find yourself in such a situation? Now, Kenya is in a knowledge age. That's when we are governing. Knowledge is so central to our governing, to the point that you cannot govern with people around you who have knowledge of what they're looking at. But your role as a leader is where you are sitting at the apex of things. You are the spider weaving the web. That's where you're seated. And therefore you have the forest. And you are convinced that you have people who know the trees in those forests.
Sure.
And therefore the whole infrastructure will work together. But when you now begin to hack the trees yourself, you throw the whole country into confusion. There is a toilet that need to get to public use. You open it. There is a river that is silted. You go in the morning to unsilt it. There are some vegetables that need to get to the market. You go and inaugurate the marketing of that vegetable. You know,
some wildebeest that are crossing
some wildebeest that are about to cross from Tanzania to Kenya. You launch the coming of the wildebeest into Kenya from Tanzania. You know, the sun is about to rise in the morning. You wake up and usher the sun.
Yes.
You know, to us. Mundane things about life. I worked for a president in this country who would... I worked for a president in this country who at one point we were at pain to get him out to go and campaign for the constitution because he thought that we should do it. Then we told him, no, this is yours. This one you have to do it yourself. You have to get out and go tell Kenyans why they need a new constitution. Tell them that after the constitution, the police will be asking you, for permission to arrest you. They will not be beating you into pulp. And so on. So then this is what we were talking about, the new Kibaki. Why? Because he was a person who sit where he's supposed to be, at the apex of the forest. You watch the whole broad of the forest, and you can tell that is the tree there, that's the tree there, that's the tree there. If you find the tree is withering, then you call the person who is managing that tree. Come around. Tell me what is
first of all, what's the problem?
Yes, what is the problem there? Then they come and explain, okay, so what can we do? This is what governing is. It is not about waking up every morning with an axe to hack every tree in the forest. And if you do that as an executive, whether of a company or of a nation, then that country or nation or company is doomed.
So even before
that's where we find ourselves.
So before we go to a break, what are you saying, Prof? That essentially you wouldn't have to, you would see if somebody was interested in making a change.
Yes. Yes, you would, because somebody who is interested in change will start by asking questions. Like, for example, this is now, I think, the third year, President William Ruto. I have very many friends who have been consultants with international governments, including World Bank, China, and so on. And they have never, ever been called even by any of his PSs for questions. And one asks, where are these fellows getting their advice from? We are in the universities paid for by government. And nobody is asking even a question, even a phone call at this age of time, or a WhatsApp message about what should we do in Sudan? What should we do in Somalia? What should we do in Congo? Or what is wrong with the Congo? Just a small message in a WhatsApp so that you get to know. So people are, governing like this is their personal property, or it's a fiefdom.
Not with a country with 55 million people.
And with our 55, 57, citizens, we cannot be taken for granted.
Let's take a break at this point.
It's our country.
Indeed. We'll take a break at this point and come back and look into this just a little bit deeper with Professor Kagwanja. And we're looking into a number of things this morning. Dear Mr. President, it seems that things seem to be falling apart. Will the centre hold? And we've got to ask you this question at this time. Feeling unwell? Do not search your symptoms. You know how you say there's a Dr. G somewhere? Don't do that. Find a trusted health provider near you. The Okoh University Hospital has brought healthcare, world-class care to your neighbourhood. Our conveniently located clinics offer specialist clinics, diagnostics and pharmacy services, ensuring you and your family receive the best. See your cardiologist, see your pediatrician, your gynecologist or your diabetologist at any of the areas near your home. For families along the Thika Superhighway, we've got you covered with the following medical centres: the Akai Medical Centre at Akai Plaza, Roy Sambu Medical at the Jewel Complex Building, Roiro Medical Centre at Vyashla Business Centre, Juja Medical Centre at the Juja Professional Centre in Juja Town, and Thika Medical Centre at T Plaza Building, and the Keno Medical Centre at Kilele Mall. Visit any Okoh University Hospital Medical Centre in your hood today, or call 0730 011 888. That's 0730 011 888. Okoh University Hospital, world-class care here and now.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Landlord amenipea deadline ya leo. Salon nayo imechelewa. Junior amekuwa msik. Yani drama iko kila mahali.
Bro, wacha pressure. Loop iko na quick loan, unaweza get straight to your phone. That's right. You can now sort out unexpected expenses with a new quick loan on Loop. Borrow up to 100,000 shillings and repay within 30 days. No paperwork, straight to your phone. Simply go to Grow on your Loop app and click quick loan to apply.
Na imeingia. Landlord, pewa yako. Stress, toka hapa.
It's not just an app, it's a lifestyle. Why wait? Loop it. Download Loop today. Loop is regulated by the Central Bank of Kenya.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM.
All right, continuing with this conversation at 20 minutes to 9 o'clock, and I have to ask you to loop it. It's not just an app, it's a lifestyle. And you ask me what? Well, this is what it is. Sometimes you're going to run into that difficult situation, aren't you? Or you find a good deal and you're wondering, okay, so where do I get the cash to do this thing? Well, let me tell you, Mr. Aseto, that Loop comes in and we say, you know what you need to do? You need to go to your Google Play Store, App Store now. You need to download the Loop app. It's the one with the orange color.
Orange, yeah.
Okay? And then you download the app. Download the app and you can get a loan of up to 100,000 shillings.
100k?
Yes. And 7% interest. Only that. No hidden charges. No long story that should I bring my uncle's goat to now collateral? No.
Wait, you're saying that
no hidden charges. I tell you 100,000.
This is what
and we move. 30 days, you pay back. That is what we're talking about. So the Loop is just making life a little bit easier because you're going to run into a difficult situation every now and then. And sometimes your options are not, all over the place. And also, sometimes you might find that deal when you're like, this is actually a good thing and I wish I could take advantage. But funds are not always available as you would imagine. So that's where Loop steps in. And Loop allows you to do that. And what we're doing with Loop today is we're saying go in log on to the app. If you've not downloaded it, download it today. When you log in, you go to the Grow tab. You go to the Grow tab and you can apply for a loan. What I need you to do is to take a screenshot of your application, whether you've qualified or not. That's not my problem at this point. I need you to take a screenshot and then you're going to send it to us. SpiceFM KE on our different social media platforms. Today, you could get 5,000 bob just, because, making life go a little bit further. Yeah. Tell us about that situation that you're in this moment where you say, okay, I need a couple extra so that I can make this happen. Show us your screenshot. 5,000 bob could be yours to make it happen. Because of Loop, it's not just an app. It's a lifestyle. Dr. Prof. Kagwanja is here with us this morning, and we are looking into words to say, dear Mr. President, that things are going out of whack, not seem to be, not appear to be, not, it just is unfortunately not working. There are too many things that are tipping the apple cart at the moment. And we come off the place where we say that if he doesn't know, that's why you have advisors. But what happens in the case where your advisors are not advising you?
There is one who yesterday said, and wrote a whole column on it, and I wondered whether they were in their right mind, that it's time to abolish borders or something like that. And when people are back to the basics, the only job available for a graduate today in Kenya is to run a border. Because if you can't get a job in the office and you can't die of hunger, what do?
Yeah,
you go for you get a border. And you try your luck. At least you put food on the table and roof over your head. That's all. And somebody comes and proposes that you get. And this is one of the battery of advisors that are around the president.
Yeah.
I found that very, very unfortunate. Very unfortunate. Why? Because I remember the sitting in President Kibaki's government and him asking the question, what do we do? We have promised people jobs. And they're not coming as fast as we want them to come. And there are all these young Kenyans who are coming out of schools and so on. What do we do for them? And somebody suggested, why don't we go the Uganda way? Remember, Boda is largely a Ugandan initiative as a mode of public transport. For them, they use both the bicycles and the boda, and then this is what you get. So in short, what happened is that moved the taxes on the boda, and it was affordable to very, very ordinary Kenyans. And that's the beginning of this. Now today, you begin to look at the economy that is revolving around the boda, both as a means of production because it is producing wealth in itself, and as a bridge for other people who want to get their goods across. You can now get vegetables from the depth of Nyandarua to the market. Previously, you could not. Carrots and others are fed to cows because they cannot reach the market.
Yeah.
Today, they can. At least you can get them to the tarmac road and then find their way to the good market. So this is the kind of advice we are saying that, the Chinese have a saying that if you are not improving on silence, you have no right to talk. So if you have no advice, please don't advise. Shut up and wait until that time you have advice to give, because only then can you improve on silence. Only then can you improve on the situation as it is now. So I would say that what our leadership requires, both the president and those around him, is to go back to the drawing board and ask a very basic question. What was Kenya designed to be as a country? And the Americans every day ask that question. I've been reading as I was traveling from Beijing to Kenya. I was reading a lot about from the Americans asking why their country is not working. And because it reaches a level where you have to begin to look at the factory settings of everything, yourself, the country, and so on. So what is the factory setting for Kenya? So that when you tell us you are doing good, then you judge yourself against what you know the task was. If you are a consultant like myself, the most important things are the terms of reference, what you were told to do. Because you can do many things. Like my student who I asked when I was a younger teacher in high school, and I asked, you critically assess the role of Prophet Hosea. And the young man, I think, had not read anything and just decided to say that far be it from me to criticize a prophet for God. I shall instead write about King David. Now, he's writing about King David, but that's not what is asked.
Yes.
He's supposed to talk about Hosea. Might we be having a leadership in Kenya that is writing about King David when they are supposed to talk about Prophet Hosea?
And Prof, if
because they don't know the basic question that they're answering.
And Prof, if you look at it in that light, you talk about, there's something you said earlier that we need to look at the moral of the nation.
Yeah.
You know? And if you talk about moral of the nation, you go back to the national anthem, justice be our shield and defender. And you talk about justice be our shield and defender, we go back to this document. But now let's look at the center of leadership in this country and ask if it's still holding. And when I talk about leadership, I'm not talking about the executive. I'm talking about the people who give those in power that mandate to lead. And if you look at Kenyans themselves today, the center is not holding. They're saying, we do not like how you're leading us. We need to do things differently. But are they listening?
No, this is the point. And the point we're making by saying we need to go to the factory setting of Republic of Kenya. We need to go the basics. We need to look back to the visions that the founding fathers of this country had. It is not because we are not 60 years old. We are. And remember, Kenya was there before the British came, and we had a view of who we are. Now, when you take the aggregate of all that, then the basic question you'll ask is, where did the founders of the Republic of Kenya wanted to take this country? And every day, as I said, you are reminded by our national anthem. We are believers in God, sincere believers in God. It's not about the temples we're building for Him. It's not about the churches we're building for Him. It's not about the monuments we're building for God. It is about the basic belief, O God of all creation. That's where we begin with our national anthem. O God of all creation. Then you have to know your country. Bless our land and nation. Why do we say our land and nation and not our land? Because we are a country of diversity with different visions and ambitions that need to be harmonized by a God-fearing man. Right? We have land and 44 or 40 tribes, depending on who is counting. Right? And many clans to boot. Right? Then the only way you can hold this architecture together is to have justice as your shield and defender. Not to kill aimlessly, not to abduct your fellow citizens, not to steal from public coffers, not to make yourself and your family wealthy at the expense of the other Kenyans. Then the justice is not a shield in this point. It is not when you watch, you disaggregate resources to the point that becomes so useless. Whereas if it was one kitty, it can benefit Kenyans who deserve it. Right? So you scuttle resources, including donations in churches, donations in schools, donations in funerals. You know, a young man is shot for no reason by the police, and then the first thing you do is to send millions there. Why do you want to have them dead fast so that you take millions? Maybe that young man has never even, the family has never received a million. But here they are receiving it when their son is dead. Those are the questions that tell us we are not having justice as our shield and defender. But then it moves on to say that peace and liberty is what we want. Unity, peace, and liberty. And liberty here means freedom. Now, if you cannot allow Kenyans to breathe the air that they have, to walk up their mountains and breathe, to go down their valleys and breathe, to go to their lakes and breathe, then you are not worth leading the Kenyans, because Kenyans need to breathe. And they need to that peace to walk to their destinations. They need that unity to work together in their factories, in their companies, in their schools, in every locality that they are working. They need that.
Prof, in your own assessment, is it too late for that reset button? Does the leadership have a chance?
Well, the good thing is biology is the equalizer, just like education is for the mind. Nobody, even if you are a dictator, Moi governed us with an iron fist in the 80s and 90s. He grew old, right? And started basically living like an old man and beginning to look back and say, I wish I did this and this and this. And people understood him at that level. But in the same case we have today, that you can never govern Kenya for eternity because we are not a dynasty. Some people will come. And why are we talking? And I don't think we are talking to criticize President William Ruto. No, I wouldn't wake up in the morning to come and criticize him. I would wake up and go to State House gates and start shouting on top of my voice because I have that freedom to do that. Why do I come here? It is so that other Kenyans will listen to me and know that this is not the way we were born to be governed as a country. So I know this program today, the Situation Room, is about Mr. President. But I think it's go beyond Mr. President. It goes to other fellow Kenyans because there are people we respect like Raila Odinga, right? And Raila Odinga is a man we have held in very high esteem. Even when you fight him with the dignity because you know you're fighting a great man. What is happening today? What's happening? Those are the things. That's why we are talking here and saying the factory setting of this country is justice. The aspiration of this country is peace. The aspiration of this country is to live in plenty, in prosperity. That's and we put those words that if you're singing just one verse of our national anthem, you have to spell out those factory settings of the Republic of Kenya. Justice, unity, peace, freedom, and prosperity. Those are the values. Now, if you have to tick the box of this leadership now, as it is, the current leadership, you would tick none. Out of those 5 or so values that make us a country, there is none that you can tick and say justice, X, peace, X, unity, X, freedom, X, prosperity, XX. That's what you do. So out of that, you get 0. This is it. And this is the truth.
There seems to be a blueprint, however. Usually one of the markers for the development of a nation is what they've been able to do economically. That when a nation has developed economically, then we say, yes, there. Then at least something has been done. When you have a human rights record that is stellar, then you say, yes, at least that we've been able to do that. Educated, along those lines. But Kenya has a blueprint. And I know this because of some of the things that we see when there are economic partnerships between countries. Kenya is always there, whereby nations are visiting a part of the region of the continent. Kenya is there. I mean, most recently we saw Kenya sign what they're calling the Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement with the UAE. They're there. The blueprint is there. But for some reason, the skeleton is there. We're not able to put on the flesh and bones. They're not able to put, the flesh on the bones. And could that be that crossover is the problem, and that the people behind these activities are the ones? So it could be, dear Mr. President, but it's beyond, like you say, beyond him. There are other people who fill in, and we're saying that there is a lacking, that there is something that is fundamentally wrong. It's in Kenya, it's in South Africa, it's in Nigeria, it's across board, it's everywhere, whereby there's a lackadaisical manner with which we approach this development that we speak about. But then for some reason we still reserve the right to complain. Why?
I think the point we have made is that when this country was founded and we've moved the way we have done, we have been a country that put people at the center of our activity. We are people-centric. Our citizen comes first. And that's why we put we debate among ourselves. Not all the time we have had consensus. If you remember the debate around sessional paper number 10 of 1965, that basically provided the motherboard for this country, there were a lot of disagreements. But along the way, people came along and saw that this is the way we want to be. We want to have a free market. We don't want to have a socialist market like Tanzania or Uganda at that time. And we agreed. So we debate. But all of those who are debating in this, whether it was Jaramogi on one hand and Tom Mboya on the other, Jomo Kenyatta on one hand and Bildad Kagia on the other, when they were debating, as Kenyans, they were all people-centered. So the principle of being people-centered is important. 2 is to look at who we are. As a country, we can only be a superpower in soft power, not in hard power. Soft power meaning we use the ideas of persuasion. We can never use the club. We can never use the spear. We can only use the persuasion. That's the best weapon we have. And because of honing that particular instrument for a long time, our neighbors saw that it is paying off. We have been one of the most peaceful country around. Never mind about our own issues, about dictatorships and so on locally. But on the whole, we've been peaceful. And we have exported peace to our neighbors. And what does that mean? Our foreign policy is respected. We are taken as a regional power. Even though we cannot compare in terms of resources with Ethiopia, in terms of population, they are almost 2 times or 3 times our population. Their land is almost 2.5 times our land. Yet, they don't command the same weight that we command. Why? Because the founding fathers of this country and those who built it later, built it on that basis of both local, internal and external justice. That you are an honest broker to your neighbors. You are an honest broker internally among the diversity of the Kenyan communities. So you must be all the time an honest broker. And there are scripts to which we have signed. Like now, we have been appointed to, I think, International Human Rights Council. Yeah. We are part of that. And what are we doing?
That's the question.
We are there. We are there to defend, human rights. And what are we doing at home? Look at the reports today. 65 dead last year. 63 dead last year. 63 dead this year. Many maimed. What are we doing? So this is where we now begin to act contrary to the papers we signed to. Look at what China has done to us. China, through its FOCAC, or Forum for China-Africa Cooperation, they have given us resources to build the railway up to Uganda. They have given us resources to build roads up to Maraba border. They've given us resources to build other roads and other installations. Now the question is, are we going to apply that money transparently? Or we are going to enrich ourselves and possibly not complete the railway? Now it will reach Kisumu and cannot get to Maraba.
That is the eternal question, is it not? What then are we going to do with the opportunities that have been given to us across board? That's been our session of Dear Mr. President this morning. Stuff for us to think about and stuff for us to keep in the open discourse, no matter what. Always great to have you in the room. Dr. Peter Kagwanja, who's the CEO of the Africa Policy Institute, has been here with us this morning. Thank you for doing so. Now you can get some rest after coming in from Beijing.
That's true.
Until the next time we talk, thank you so much. Good morning. It's 9 a.m.
The seat has been hot.
Fantastic.
Good morning, this is the News Wire. I'm Leah Ubanga. The High Court in Kitale is expected to hear a case filed by a 79-year-old scholar, Ndura Koimburi, challenging certain provisions of Penal Code number 171, which he claims violates the rights of men to marry multiple wives. Ndura is proposing that a 3-judge panel be formed, or a 3-judge bench be formed in accordance with the law to reconsider and provide direction action. He also wants the National Assembly to be included in the case, as it is the one with the power to enact laws and monitor their implementation.
My name is Dora Koimburi. I have moved to Kitale Law Court to challenge the Bigamy Act. The Bigamy Act states that if you have married a person in the Christian church or through a state officer and then you go and contract another marriage, you are guilty of the law of bigamy and the law will catch up with you. You will be jailed for 5 years here in Kenya. And the Bigamy Act is not only practiced here in Kenya, so I will be there in court in this landmark case where I will be challenging the Bigamy Act and asking the court to declare it unconstitutional because of its discriminatory nature.
Koimburi is disappointed by the silence of religious leaders on the matter.
I'm a Christian, believer in Jesus Christ and his follower. And I'm saying that there is no verse in the Bible which tells us that a Christian man should marry only one wife. It's not there. Going on, my case has been going on in Kitale, and I expected the church to come and defend its position of one wife. I have not seen them.
International security forces have launched a major operation after the Al-Shabaab militant group captured the town of Mahas, located in central Somalia. The operation is aimed at retaking the town from government control after the group's fighters overran the area with suicide bombings and heavy weapons. The town of Mahas, located in the Hiran region about 350 kilometers north of Mogadishu, has become a key strategic stronghold for government forces in the fight against the Al-Shabaab terrorist group. A 57-year-old man who allegedly tried to smuggle 41.7 kilograms of bang through the Jomo Kenyatta International Airport is set for arraignment. Wong Hiu-fang reportedly landed at JKIA from Bangkok, Thailand, and after being cleared by immigration officers, he collected his 2 suitcases and made his way to the customs screening zone, where he vanished after noticed that the cops there had seen his suspicion. Police said they, however, trailed him down to a hotel in Nairobi's South Sea area, where they arrested him and escorted him back to the JKIA police station. And finally, 5 people have been arrested in Kirinyaga County by the Mount Kenya Power and Lightning Power and Lightning Company security team for carrying out illegal connections, stealing meters, and CIU's possession of a wooden climber, safety belt, and other electrical tools. Kirinyaga branch manager Engineer Ruto Kipkorir said the suspects were arrested in Kagio town and taken to Kiamashiri police station. And in the international scene, 13 people have been confirmed dead, with dozens more missing after a boat ferrying around 100 passengers capsized on Saturday in Niger State in north-central Nigeria as they headed to market. According to an official of the Niger State Emergency Management, that is Yusuf Lemi, he says that 26 people, mostly women and children, were rescued from the wooden boat. Local official Isiaku Akilu said the boat driver, who was among those rescued, could not confirm the number of passengers on the boat. That's the news wire. I'm Leah Ubaga.
.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Good morning, and I love your show.
Thank you.
Having come from a Kikuyu radio background, I migrated to Spice because of the content.
I was born in a slum, but somehow I got a break in life. So sometimes when you see the sweating coming out because of the passion and whatever it is, behind the noise, there are people, and we share the same umbilical cord.
It shouldn't be like that. I am so disappointed. We used to tell Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga that he's doing policy of conmanship, and even President Uhuru Kenyatta, serikali hii ndio iko na conmanship ya hali ya juu. You cannot promise people that you reduce tax, then you double.
In politics, there is the issue of trust. For you to turn around and then stab the same people who gave you that trust, there is no other level of dishonesty. Imabo, utaona dunia tu.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
One of the things that are ailing our country is negative ethnicity. You find you as a state officer, instead of thinking as a Kenyan, you think like a tribal person.
Let me tell you something. The biggest problem we have had in this country is a leadership deficit. There is nothing that you are going to do in the process of change if you are not a risk taker. So you really have to pursue your vision to a logical conclusion and even be ready to step on people's toes.
When it comes to the economy, you can run away with it. They say statistics are like bikinis. They reveal a lot, but they conceal the vitals. And so government people would throw statistics at you and tell you they're revealing a lot of information to you, but it's really concealing the real vitals.
We need to get out of that, because when we want to grow our democracy, one basic thing that really requires to be understood by the political class, by all of us, is institutions are critical.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
7 minutes after 9 o'clock. Good morning, and this is the Situation Room this Monday morning, the 28th of July, getting into the last week of the 7th month. And even as we do, we're having a conversation this hour that necessary for us to have nationwide. We'll get into that in just a minute, where, Dennis, you tell us why it's important for us to be connected.
It is important for you to get connected, because remember, one of the most important things that you have to maintain is quality of life, you know? And quality of life in modern times, that means having reliable internet connectivity. Here is where Safaricom 5G router comes in, you know? When we talk about that, we're talking about being able to access internet wherever it is you are. And you're not just talking about any other internet, you're talking about crazy speed Wi-Fi, you know? And we're talking about up to 2,400 Mbps, you know? And talking about also the power backup that comes with the router. Talking about up to 3 hours of battery life. All these at a subsidized rate of 2,999 shillings, and this is 70% off. Where do you get these? You get these at masoko.com Hotpoint store. You get these at Quickmart outlets countrywide. And remember that all these, you are getting it, and Safaricom is assuring you that the speed's better. Quality of life, check. What else do you need to do?
I'm telling you.
What else?
Now, Sasa, if you don't have the money to be able to get that, because we've established that's a fantastic option, right? What you need to get. But then sometimes a deal will come, like that one which you have just told us about. And maybe we don't have enough cash in the bank to get it done. Well, there's a certain kind of stress that hits you. Sometimes when the bills come, where that fantastic deal comes through, and it's maybe not entirely planned, or even if it has been planned, but you've not been able to get the cash round to get it done. Could be that your fridge needs restocking, your child needs to go back to school, or you need to buy the Safaricom 5G router. So what do? Well, let me tell you. You download the Loop app, okay? Because sometimes you've budgeted and life doesn't go as according to plan. That's where the Loop Quick Loan comes through for you. It's not just about borrowing recklessly. It's about managing your finances and handling any shortfalls with ease, enabling you to stretch your budgets, smooth any cash flow gaps, and maintain financial momentum throughout the month. How does it work? It's very simple. You go to your Loop app, which is on your Google Play Store or App Store, and then you go to the Grow tab. You click on Quick Loan and you apply. You can access up to 100,000 bob. I don't know how many routers those are, but okay. And you don't have to worry about standing in line. You don't have to worry about when. It's instant. No forms, no queues, no office visits or calling your manager to approve anything. You get fair interest rates, no hidden charges. You don't need to fall into the trap of predatory lending. Loop Quick Loan is trustworthy and can come through during financial crunch times, enabling you to take control of your finances in an instant and in a transparent manner. So what we need you to do today is to go to the Loop app, go to the Grow tab, apply for that quick loan, and then take a screenshot of that application and send it to us on our DMs. It's SpiceFM KE across social media platforms. Send us a DM and we could extend this with 5,000 bob for you today. Go into the week with 5,000 extra shillings and tell us what it is that you would do or that you need to do as you apply for these funds. Sawa. We'll let you know who gets that at the end of this today. Loop is not just an app. It is a lifestyle. Okay, speaking about lifestyle, we're getting to that conversation this hour. And the age was brought up to 21. That's when was saying or suggested for that folks should be allowed to indulge or take in alcohol. We're going to get into that conversation this morning. Kirwa Lele Ngenyi is the Deputy Director, Planning and Performance Management with NACADA. Good morning.
Good morning.
How are you doing?
Very well.
Karibu sana.
Thank you.
John Mutudho, JJ Mutudho, is also here this morning. We don't need any introduction in terms of, what you've been able to do in those spaces, but we welcome you to the Situation Room this morning. Karibu sana. Thank you for being here, both of you. We're going to be looking at that age, curbing alcohol use among youth. We'll establish the problem, which is we can never do it too many times. And then we'll look at this new suggested age and then what that essentially would mean vis-a-vis the problem that we see in the country at the moment. But Dennis has a proverb that we would like to get your interpretation of to welcome you into the room this morning. And he'll share where it's from and what it is.
Yep, and we are in the island nation of Madagascar. The Malagasy people are interesting people, but let's look at what this country has to offer, apart from the wildlife, some of wildlife that is exclusive to them. So if you're talking about a lemur, let no one ever lie to you that there's a lemur in Kenya. If you want to see a lemur, go to Madagascar. And then again, it is also a country where you talk about the main exports that come from Madagascar. We talk about vanilla. So it is the world's largest exporter of vanilla, as well as cloves, leeches, coffee and seafood, simply because they are an island nation. So a beautiful country. But the proverb that we get from this country today is, do not be like the chicken that scratches for food while destroying its own nest. How would you interpret that one, Mutudho?
It's always good to look wholesomely the situation that you are in, than just crabbing for the short-term gains. You should look at long-term gains in every situation that is around you.
Yeah, Lele.
That's my interpretation.
Lele, how would you interpret that?
I can't agree more, but also you look at the situation of the chicken. The chicken, the habitat and the way it was created is that it has to scratch to get food. So at the same time, while we look at the long-term solution, we should also look at the short-term. Yes.
Yeah. Aptly put.
Aptly put, indeed. All right. So, but let's establish things just a little bit, and we look at drinking in the country and abuse of alcohol has been discussed for a very long time, and that there have been deputy presidents, there have been presidents, there have been lobby groups, there have been members of parliament, there have been civil society groups. There's been JJ Mutudho, who's been insistent on, there's been NACADA, who've been insistent on making sure that we curb the alcohol abuse problem in the nation. And then we look at these things stringently, not because the need to curb people's entertainment spaces, but because we want to protect life, essentially. We are seeing that younger and younger people are starting their alcohol journey, that the age has reduced significantly, that those 12, 13, 14-year-olds indulging in alcohol in ways which we'll talk about some of them this morning. And this is even with a drinking age of 18, that we see them much lower. And so when we come to this now, which is being suggested, it's not in law yet, it's being suggested that the drinking age be raised to 21 in the country. Please, let's start with you, Lele, as we talk about this. Is it an initiative of NACADA? Is it in partnership with others? And the reasons as to why are we saying raise the age to 21?
Okay. Thank you for having me this morning, and I'm very lucky to have the founding fathers of our very serious act, the NACADA Act of 2010, Mr. Mutudho here, which actually changes the landscape and the regulations of alcohol. When you talk of access, when you talk of control of alcohol, access and availability comes into play. But the proposal actually did not come from NACADA. We've been lucky to have Mutudho, who pushed the passage of the ADCA in 2010 without a policy. So we are now developing a policy to align with what Honorable Muthudo did in 2010, and the world is dynamic. The landscape of alcohol is very dynamic. It changes over time. Let me give you just some statistics that we did a study in around 2018 for primary schools, and the prevalence rate of primary school of alcohol used by primary school kids was 2.6%.
Oh.
Yes.
For purposes of clarity,
yes.
Primary school, we are talking about between the ages of 7 and 14.
Yes.
And so we're saying the total percentage of children in school, 2.6% are indulging in alcohol.
Yes.
Okay.
We didn't stop there. We came to secondary school, and the secondary school, the age, the percentage increased from 2.6 to 3.8%.
Okay.
Then that was in around 2018. In 2022, we did a national survey, and the national survey, the prevalence of consumption of alcohol in the general population is 11.8.
What?
Yes.
In high school?
No. In the general population, high school is 3.6.
Okay, I was
general
about to
population
get very worried.
is 11.
All right.
In 2023, again, we did a survey for public sector.
Okay.
How is the problem in the public sector? And the prevalence in the public sector is high because you expect there's a lot of disposable income and so many other things. The prevalence is at 23.8%. Last year, in 2024, we did a survey on the status of alcohol and drug abuse at our universities. And the prevalence there was 18.6%.
Okay.
So it's higher than, so you see there is graduation from primary, secondary, and the university.
Okay.
And it's higher in the general population. And what we are talking about is these are our leaders of today and the future. When you look at so the proposal, we took this proposal and we went through the country. Actually, we visited 10 regions, and 2 regions were outliers. Garissa and Mombasa suggested that the drinking age should be increased to 25. But all the other regions were in agreement that the age should be increased to 21.
Why?
Because psychology and the mental health development of a child is that the brain develops up to the age of 25. So studies have shown that if you indulge in alcohol below the age of 18 years, there is high chances you are going to develop what we call alcohol use disorder. In other case, we are going to be addicted to alcohol. So that one now calls for that's why there was that conversation that, hey guys, let's increase this age so that we can, at the age of 25, public health, at the age of 21 going forward, the chances of you becoming addicted is lower as opposed to when you're exposed to alcohol much earlier.
Okay,
Yes.
Sorry. Do we look at the reasons why we have a younger age that are even maybe starting to indulge? And I asked this question, and also JJ for you as well.
Yes.
Because if we don't look at the reasons as to why somebody's taking the first drink, or maybe it's introduced, a lot of people tell us they had their first glass of wine maybe when their parents were having something, and they, it could be across board. But if we don't look at that, you can raise the age until 100 if you like, but people are still going to find a way to have a drink. Do we look at the reasons as to why indulging is getting lower and lower in age?
Yes, first of all, thank you very much for inviting us here. And it's always a pleasure when I meet my team from NACADA. Little known about NACADA is that it's made of very serious professionals, extremely serious professionals, and some of the super trained in the field of substance abuse. I don't think there's anywhere in Africa where we have such a high concentration of professionals. That's having been said, we put into their mouth a lot of garbage. NACADA, I headed it, and I really feel good about it when we did Article Law and everything else. And I'll tell you this, that right now, he has said it rightly, and I was looking at him with a lot of empathy, that they have been advised to do 21. But the people advising them did not tell them this, that the constitutional age of voting is 18. So you cannot recognize somebody as an adult on one arm and then come to the other one and come and say that it is
they're a child.
It's a child. So they are telling Nakada to climb a tall, very tall tree and then just subject them to a lot of public ridicule. What Nakada needs, and I'm be very candid here, is that if you look at Article law, and going forward, I will advise this, that any law you make or any subsequent regulations must never fly on the face of the Constitution. So the first test of the law is that it is constitutional. Anything you want to do and contradicts or contravenes the provisions of the Constitution is null and void or null ab initio. So Nakada is eager to minimize to reduce access to alcohol, which can be done by reduction of, like we are talking about, reduction of the number of bars, then looking at the age like they're trying to do here, looking at the distance between the schools, hospitals, and those kind of institutions. All those things, those are measures to reduce access. So when we did the Article law, and let me tell you this, Kenyans, that Article law is a result of 103 years research into alcohol problem in Kenya. It's not an overnight thing. The whole story started on 17th of August 1907. That is when the first legislature sat, and the first bill was to stop the slave trade. The second one was about alcohol, intoxicated alcohol. So, to getting to the point, Article law, or like any other law, was supposed to be supported by 4 regulations. 4. Number 1 regulation was on access. That is the infamous or famous Mutudo laws. That's access. Talks about access. Access. You reduce access to alcohol and then you are good. But the critical one, the critical 3 other regulations, number 1 being quality of alcohol, were never gazetted. It's not in the business of Nakada to gazette regulations. That is the executive to do it. And I have appeared before, and I'm sure they are reasoning to me because some of them are in heaven like Saitoti. They are reasoning to me. They know I'm telling the truth, that the regulation on quality is on their desk. That regulation was on enforcement. There was to be a tailor-made unit, which is not necessarily drawn from the police force to talk about to deal with enforcement, and it was to be drawn on specific terms. And the funding of that is provided for in Section 5.5 of that same Act, so that we don't have a cash flow problem in funding the enforcement. And the final one was treatment or rehabilitation services, the 4 regulations. Right. Those ones were never done. So Nakada is left there, high and dry, with only 1 regulation out of 4. Okay. Then the other nasty bit is that the late President Mwai Kibaki, and again he's in heaven, he's listening, with Minister Njeri, put it as a policy statement. And it is there appearing on paragraph number 50 of the budget speech 2010-2011, that Nakada should have a minimum of 1 billion shillings. 1 billion shillings to deal with alcohol menace. Forget about even the drugs. Today, let me surprise you. He may not wish to talk about it, but he knows, I know, that the total budget for Nakada is less than 1 billion, roughly 950 million. It is hardly enough to mobilize them. They share 1 vehicle, 5 counties or 7 counties. He's not allowed to say that, I'm sure. But I do know, because I'm an interested party. And I'm really not inviting him to comment on that. So on the issue of 21, let them fund Nakada adequately to do what they are very good in doing. And forget about the 21 story. There are many, many other serious issues they are dealing with, like contamination of lollipops, with some drugs, like substandard rehabs all over the country.
I want to go back into the issue that if we are going to, usually they say that if you're going to sort out a problem, you need to know the genesis of the problem. So now we are saying there's the proliferation of alcohol use and then going towards abuse. We are saying that there is a younger age of Kenya's population involved in alcohol use, starting to taste earlier.
Yes.
And I'm asking, has there been insights into the reasons why? The number of people who are drinking today at a younger age is not the same as it was when Mutudo was at Nakada.
Yes.
It has increased in terms of number and it has reduced in terms of age.
Yes.
Why?
The first one is, let me try to respond. I'm not a legal expert, but you know, when you're developing a policy, you think through. Even at the Constitution and everything else. At the Constitution, even the ADCA prescribed 21 years. No, 18. In 18, you can vote. In 18, you can marry. In 18, you can do anything. But Article 24 of the Constitution give limited adjustments. Let me give you an example. For you to acquire a PSV driving license, which is for you to drive matatus, which age is that? NTSA has set it at 24.
24 years
Does
old,
that contravene the Constitution? It doesn't. What we want is an honest conversation. That is this population, as the brain develops, do we have more benefits by raising 21 to 21 years? That's an honest conversation we want to have around. You ask about the reason behind. In Kenya, we have a middle class problem, whereby we celebrate, any celebration is alcohol centric. And if it's alcohol centric, that means we expose our children. We drink in our homes. And the children looks at us when we drink. One of the questions that, interesting question that arises is that when we were doing the primary school survey is that the kids were telling the teacher, you tell us the alcohol is bad, but my parent is rich and you're not rich. Is that so? We have an issue of parenting. And that we have a program called Positive Parenting, that we are engaging parents that if you have to indulge away from the kids. We are engaging the community. We are engaging the religious institutions, because we want what we call behavior change communication. And this is only in Kenya. You don't see this thing in Tanzania. You don't see it in our neighbors in Uganda. Yes.
You don't see which thing? What thing?
The level, the behavior change, the behavior around alcohol consumption.
And what's... Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Yep.
Yes.
So when you talk about the policy that is being put in place, the behavioral changes that you talk about, there is one aspect that everyone just keeps asking. Is the problem with regard to alcohol consumption in Kenya based off lack of enforcement because we already have a policy? Or is it that Nakada cannot just do it? Because I'll give you a story. I remember when the Mutudo laws had just been launched back in the days, there was the timeline issue on when bars are supposed to open and when bars are supposed to operate, to close down.
Yes.
And you remember how that was such a big thing in the country and people followed that. I remember at one point when I was still a young journalist, I was doing an investigative piece. I got into a club in a residential area and at exactly around 11 p.m. there was a police vehicle there and everyone in that club was picked up because they were operating outside the policy and the law. As we speak today with regard to the matters that you're talking about, age not being a factor, is Nakada able to enforce the already available policy?
Yes, we do enforce. And I'm happy Honorable Mutudo has brought about the issues of enforcement, and we are now currently having, although lean, we are currently having an enforcement unit in Nakada, parallel to the National Police Service, but we rely heavily on the National Police Service. But you cannot law and mischief. The people want to be the law. That's where the problem is. But one of the challenges we are facing is enforcement. But we are working with our sister organizations, the National Police Service, which are doing a good job. But we are now focusing more on the community, because if the community is where there was a survey that was released by, I think it's called the Euromonitor by the industry, and they are saying that 40% of alcohol consumed in Kenya is illegal. So why illegal? Because of the adulteration that Honorable says, because of the traditional brews and everything else. So if we work with the community, if we work with the religious institution, that one has worked in Rwanda in a period of 5 years through strict enforcement and community involvement. They reduce underage alcohol consumption by 40% over a period of 5 years. Yes.
I think the officer, let's be fair to the officer director Rirei, my view, and let it be noted by Kenyans, NACADA is grossly underfunded, underestablished, and doesn't have the necessary tools to do what they can be able to do. They do a fantastic job, like in research. They hire universities and they give real data, like you're hearing 18%, 2.5%, and so forth and so on. But what do you expect when the average spending or investment on NACADA on per addict is about 8 shillings per annum? That's my calculation. How would it work out? So if this government is serious, it should learn from US, learn from Singapore, learn from Thailand, and learn from India, and have a functional NACADA, not by way of mouth. And there's no need of victimizing officers who are at NACADA. I'm saying they must have all the facilities that they're asking for, because enforcement, and you have a very strong point. What went wrong?
Exactly.
NACADA does not have the capacity to scout all the pubs at night to know which one never followed them to the law. They do not have the capacity to come and scout and know which children got what alcohol. They don't have the capacity to have a proper lab work to know that this alcohol is not fit. They will have to try on.
Yes.
Yeah.
What does NACADA stand for? What is the acronym? The National
Authority for the campaign against alcohol and drug
abuse.
Yes.
So it takes on a coordination mechanism.
Exactly.
Okay.
It's a campaign.
It's a campaign.
Yes. It's a campaign.
The campaign is coordinated.
Yes.
Okay.
It's a coordinated campaign.
Exactly. And why I'm asking that question is, it is not only in bars or pubs or clubs that alcohol is being ingested.
Exactly.
In this day and age, we have, according to your own admission, children in primary school, and I dare say that even that percentage that you have is not the full extent of it. There are children in high school who, guess what? These bottles that they walk around with in their bags,
yes,
that are supposed to have water, they have alcohol. Somebody's selling this alcohol to them. Somebody, and for a reason, and that's why I keep going back to the reason, that if that reason is not being looked at, is not being addressed across stakeholders, then we can do enforcement. You can have police driving in vehicles, shutting down pubs. You can do all that as the day is long. But if we've not addressed the issue as to why that's happening, it might be difficult for us to stop that behavior from going on. I don't know if that makes sense. Is that something?
Yeah, it makes sense. You know, for a long time we've been placing this role of the alcohol consumption and access to the enforcement. But we want to shift that strategy to everyone. It's an individual responsibility. You as a parent, you as a neighbor, as a teacher, as everybody else. When you look at the study that we did for the universities, most of these drugs were accessed through the staff working within the university. So it's a community issue that we need to have an honest conversation around it, so that we don't give all the responsibilities of enforcement to enforcement officers, and all of us have a responsibility to play. there is this element of, I told you the celebration, the alcohol centrism. You in any celebration, you have to have alcohol. So can we have safe environment where the kids can enjoy without alcohol, free safe environment?
Good question.
Yes.
Let's take a break.
Okay.
I want us to take a break at this point. We'll come back and look at this into a little bit deeper. I know Dennis has quite some to get through. We will when we come back. Kirua Lele Ngenyi is the Deputy Director of Planning and Performance Management with NACADA. And founding father of the NACADA Act is JJ Mututho. He's here with us this morning. We're looking into that, of course, the age, but it goes beyond that in terms of what the issues really are going into that. I want to remind you, even as we're going to this break, have you gone and downloaded the Loop app on your Google Play Store or Apple App Store? You need to do it. And for those of you who already have, you're looking into where we say, you know what, Loop is not just an app, it's a lifestyle. You're going to run into a situation every now and then when you need a little bit of help. And so the Loop Quick Loan helps you then to be able to do that with a loan of up to 100,000 shillings, no hidden costs, no outrageous fees, no lining up, no check and bring your uncle's goat for collateral. No, it doesn't happen like that. All you need to do is click on the Grow tab. Click on the Grow tab and apply for that loan, and you see what you get. Now, when you do that, I need you to take a screenshot of that and send it to us. Today, you could get 5,000 shillings to lengthen what it is that you need to do. So with Loop, 5,000 bob as you apply for that loan and send it to us, SpiceFM KE on our socials, and we'll let you know at the end of this who gets a little extra to push things along this morning. Loop is not just an app, it's a lifestyle.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Buda, landlord amenipea deadline ya leo. Salon nayo imechelewa. Junior amekuwa msik. Yani drama iko kila mahali.
Bro, wacha pressure. Loop iko na quick loan, unaweza get straight to your phone. That's right. You can now sort out unexpected expenses with a new quick loan on Loop. Borrow up to 100,000 shillings and repay within 30 days. No paperwork, straight to your phone. Simply go to Grow on your Loop app and click quick loan to apply.
Na imeingia. Landlord pewa yako. Stress toka hapa.
It's not just an app, it's a lifestyle. Why wait? Loop it. Download Loop today. Loop is regulated by the Central Bank
Mature,
of Kenya.
intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
And are you feeling unwell this morning? Well, I'm going to tell you something. Don't search your symptoms. What you need to do is you need to get to a medical center near you. How are you going to then be able to do that? You will go to the medical centers that are near you on the Thika Superhighway, which allow you to get your treatment as you should. The Okari University Hospital is offering you world-class care here and now, and you don't need to look too far to get it. You then have access to a family doctor, pediatrician, gynecologist, as well as gastroenterologists and general surgeons for many services across board. The Okari University Hospital is offering these around different parts on the Thika Superhighway. And if you are on Thika Road and you're getting close to the Thika Medical Center, you can find that. The Akai Medical Center, you can find that as well. Roy Sambo at the Jewel Complex building, as well as into Ruiru at the Viashla Business Center and the Juja Professional Center in Juja Town, and the Thika Medical Center at T Plaza, as well as Keno Medical Center at Kilele Mall. Visit any Okari University Hospital Medical Center in your hood today or call 0730-011-888. That's 0730-011-888. The Okari University Hospital, world-class care here and now. Continuing our conversation this morning, it's around the age at 21, but we are saying there's more to that.
Yeah. So there is more to that, and here we ask the question. We've talked about enforcement and the way there is need for funding to be there. But when you talk about the coordination that happens between NACADA and other agencies, because we know NACADA does not have the authority to arrest, that means you need to work together with police officers. Yeah. The national government needs to ensure there is enough funding for you to be able to do your job. But even as you have that, you realize that at the family setup, you say that we need to take this conversation back to the families. But If you look at the basic, even initiation rites, when children go through those initiation rites, those are times when they get introduced to alcohol, because at that point you have become a man, regardless of what age one is at. So what is NACADA doing to ensure that these are areas that are addressed, as well as Mutudha, how then should NACADA approach the issue of underfunding from the national government?
I think it's by having the members of parliament, whom I addressed many times, even I was in NACADA, and they promised, for instance, on drugs, on rehabilitation services, development, on rehabilitation services, that is people who are already affected, they promised 2 billion shillings then. Notwithstanding the 1 billion shillings, which was meant for the campaign against alcohol abuse. We were there with my CEO in the senior most committee, the budget committee, and it was passed. So why it never happened can only be answered by the legislators. They are just, they broke cold air and hot air at the same time. They know the problem. You look places like Kikuyu, their area. You look at any point, the situation is just deadly as of now. It is very bad. For NACADA to continue telling us that this situation is as it used to be in a particular area, they need funding. They need to fuel their vehicles. They will need to come on and pay for the researchers and other things. That's what we are saying. Because look at their development vote, for instance, this year. I would be shocked if they have more than 100 million shillings for the development, the whole of NACADA. True, they have bought new vehicles, 4 vehicles, in 47 counties. What do? 4 vehicles in 10 years. What can they do? What should be done? And that's why I came this morning. And incidentally, I drove from Nakuru this morning. What I came to tell people that stop blaming NACADA. Blame the members of parliament. They are simply catalysts of that bad behavior that we are seeing with our children now. They cannot be able to fund this organization properly. And if they can cite inefficiency at NACADA, then they are at liberty to come and sack them.
Are they citing inefficiency at NACADA? Is that the problem?
No.
They're not?
Yes, they're not, yes.
They're not citing inefficiency at NACADA.
No.
What would they be saying the problem is?
Resources are infinite. The resources are not infinite. And let me not indulge into the resources part. Allow me to put something across here. At the 2010 Constitution, the licensing of alcoholic drinks selling outlets was devolved to the county governments. So we are having an engagement with the county government so that we have, there was a conversation of density, and it was in the Mutudha law, the population and the density of alcoholic selling outlet within a given area.
Please allow me to correct that particular bit, because there is a misnomer.
Yes.
If you look at the pharmacy board, you look at the pharmacy and the pharmacy law, NACADA is supposed to have operated like the pharmacy board. You cannot open and operate a pharmacy without, first of all, the pharmacy boards being satisfied so that the county government can come in. That role that would empower Relay's team to go to every pub prior to anybody else coming to license has been ignored. We go round and round in circles. The situation is supposed to be simple, clear, that I want to open a pub called Kajinga Pub just outside the certain school. That Kajinga Pub, the first officers to come in is Public Health and NACADA, who check on suitability. Then once they issue that certificate like this, then I now can go to the county government of Nairobi or Nakuru or the other place. That's how it's supposed to be in an orderly fashion. Now, what they did, when they found the loophole, they went around saying they are creating their own alcoholic ADCA laws all over the country, which is just what Mutudha had put, only they changed this is Muranga, this is Kiambu, this is whatever it is.
Okay.
But how come there are no laws on pharmacy originating from each of those assemblies in the same wave and the strength of that one? The background of NACADA problem arises from a standard, which I would like to discuss in another day, another forum, called dealing with spirits. And that standard allowed anybody to come and take industrial alcohol, dilute, flavor, repackage, and then put it in the market.
Okay, so let's come back off of what Mr. Lele was saying in terms of then now how that work is done and coordinated.
Initially there was initially the working relationship between us and NACADA was not acrimonious, but now we're having an acrimonious working relationship with county governments. And even in terms of now enforcement, we are involving the national police, the Ngao, and the county. You know, they have their enforcement because they are licensing. They are people who are licensed, and that's the multi-sectoral approach we want to go through it. In terms of the, you talked about initiation rights. You know, that's just a cover-up. Because nowadays people are moving out. That's why we are saying our strategy now is community, because we want to engage them. We can tell them you can do your initiation without alcohol. Yes.
Correct.
And some in my community, some of the members have accepted that. Yes, we are doing initiation without alcohol. Yes. So that one is just a cover up. That for you to access alcohol and everything else, but you can do the ceremonies without alcohol.
So when we talk about coordination, especially with the National Police Service, right? Yes. So you find a situation where we have the policies that are in place. So there is the acrimonious relationship between NACADA and the county government with regard to establishment of local or of pubs in especially residential areas.
Yes.
I would give you a personal example. Where I stay, there are different schools. But then you find there is a club and several pubs that are close to that vicinity. And with that, over time, I have seen high school students walk into these pubs and buy alcohol.
Yes.
But then again, you find that every evening there is a police vehicle parked outside these pubs and bars, not to close them down, not to do any investigations, but to collect bribe. How does that then make it difficult for NACADA to enforce the policy?
We don't want to go to the blame game kind of. We are here to have a conversation.
It is a question. How difficult does it make it for you to do your job
because
when an arm of government that you're supposed to work together with is not pulling its weight and doing its role?
There are mechanisms of addressing that, and we engage the relevant authorities, but. As NACADA, we want an honest conversation. If you open a wines and spirits, and a student comes, and you suspect this student, you suspect the age, you have your conscience should tell you have to ask for an ID. Can I have your ID before I sell? But we are greedy enough to allow these children to access alcohol because we want to make profit. But for a sober society, what we want to engage, we are going to run a program with bar owners to have a conversation with them, to educate them, so that anybody who they suspect as a young person, they ask for identification. Let me give you an example. In the US, they've raised the age to 21 years, and one of the success rates there is enforcement. The people who sell alcohol, if they suspect that you are underage, they ask for identification, and they have a right to not to sell to you. That's the culture we want to cultivate within ourselves, so that when I start a pub or when I start a wines and spirits, and someone comes and I suspect this person to be underage, I can ask for identification, of which we don't do currently. So this conversation should come from all of us. We should have what we call a sober discussion around it and how to tackle it. You can still make your profits by selling alcohol to the right people. You can still make profit by, even if we raise the age, you can still to 21 years, you can still make profit. And we've saved a generation. We've made these people not to become predisposed to alcohol use disorder at the later age. Yes.
Same thing again. Now he's here. I don't want to ask him how many officers he's having in Nairobi today.
You seem to be hell-bent on the issue that the resources is what is not allowing this.
They are underpowered. They don't have the personnel. They don't have the money. I don't want him to comment about it because I know. I was their boss, so I know what I'm talking about. The funding level in 2009-2010 is much higher than the funding level in 2025. That's a fact for NACADA. And no matter how much we try to paint white on NACADA, they cannot be able to know and do what is right because they are underfunded. That notwithstanding, I want to say this, that the police, and I have documented it, I've said it in this station, and I'm going to say it again here, it is in record that people give certain loyalties to police officers every day, every hour, and it is a known norm, just like the traffic people. It is known. At one point, I pinpointed some stations in Nairobi where they were getting an average, an OCS was getting an average of 1.8 million per 1.8 million per month for studying in. Also, that time at the regional offices, I pointed out and they gave details, even to EACC, of people who pay up to 5 million to the regional offices for that protection. I gave details that there are goons who are also paid equivalent so that they can also back up the police. That one I gave, and I given it before. I gave it to our superiors in the interior and so forth. And finally, if you want to know how sensitive alcohol is, ask why Mutudha is not in parliament.
Why is Mutudha not in parliament?
Mutudha is not in parliament because on the election date, as two industries, one did 35 million on the election date at night, another one did 55.
When you say they did, what does that mean?
They brought in money and said that Mutudha is a very powerful man, very intelligent, very good man, and thank you for their compliment. But he's not supposed to be elected to parliament because the president wants to appoint him a minister. It was that simple. So 35 million, and then from Bar Owners Association, thank you, kudos, you paid 5 million. So there was 35, then 5 million, and the 55. That notwithstanding, the person who organized all that, there was a consultant, he was paid 60 million shillings. That was good. So today I focus now on treatment, and I run a very big rehab at Nakuru, the biggest rehab in East and Central Africa, called John Mutudha Empowerment Center. But that does not divorce me from saying what I have to say for the benefit of my children, my glad children, you and me. Because even as RAS today, a drunkard made me lose a critical 50 minutes at Kikuyu because he came and swerved in front of my car and scratched my car when I was driving in this way. So even when you are not a party to that mess, they still bring you to it. Me, what I would say going forward, simple things that can be done. Can the deputy president, who is now sitting, just tell us something, no matter how kidogo tu, let him talk about alcohol and support NACADA. Just kidogo tu. Because I've tried to reason, I've tried to Google, I'm checking all over. I can't see anything. The previous one was at least talking. Can the president also talk about it? But particularly the deputy president, can he talk something about it? And most importantly, Bandi, we were with you in parliament. You know the truth. What you are giving NACADA is peanuts. Let us not hide behind protocols and other things. NACADA would require not less than 8 billion shillings to run effectively. And let's stop blame game. And that money is not for consumption. So that they can be able to answer the question you're asking us. What went wrong? Why are we having children in pubs at this very early age? Because up until now, we have not answered you. We have not answered you. The basic question. Is it that there's the gatekeeper there was absent? No. The reason is that the person who is supposed to supervise the bars was not there to supervise. Because during our time, I had 5,000 contacts. And they could call me from Mandela, from Musambweni, they could call me from somewhere. And once I get that contact, I would go straight to the police hotline and tell them there's somebody with a kid somewhere in Kirinyaga at a pub called so-and-so, such and such. And they would go there, usually 5-15 minutes. There was very good coordination. Because The Nakada then was able to respond.
So let's assume, Mr. Lele, that the issue is resources, because obviously there's a certain amount of frustration that, you want to then be able to cover everything. So let's assume that it's a resource issue and that the resources have then been applied. Do you see that the problems that we face now today, enforcement issues, a lower age of those who are consuming alcohol, would those issues then be sorted out? If it's a resource issue, like what JJ is saying, would those issues be sorted out?
I don't think so.
Okay.
These things revolve around behavior change and the way community. Currently, although thin, we are at 35 counties as we speak. We are covering 35 counties. We have a toll-free number called 1192, where we get all these reports. We have counsellors based now in our. We have a rehabilitation center in Miritini, Mombasa. We have 6 counsellors there daily, and we have counsellors 2. Manning a desk in Kiambu for what honourable member said about if they reporting a pub, they reporting an incident, even gender-based violence, they normally report. So if we are not in tandem, if we are not willing to have a behavior change towards how we perceive consumption of alcohol, access, and everything else, even if we have those resources, it could still be a challenge.
And one would ask, so far you speak of behavioral change and having this conversation with the community.
Yes.
So far, how is it going?
Currently, we've established 35 community working groups in the 35 counties we are in. And these are members from diverse groups, religious, youth, women, Nyumba Kumi, and the Ngaos, so that we tailor-made each conversation to each county. Yes, because counties are unique. We don't have to have a straight jacket strategies for all the counties.
Have you seen numbers go down? Have you seen any change?
We are yet to do our survey this financial year. This financial year we are having a county data-based. We want to generate data for each county, so that it can help us now develop programs that are county specific. Yes.
Okay.
Yes. So snail space, but we are moving slowly. We want your support. We want support of our pioneer member, Honorable Muthudo, because the ADCA actually changed the landscape but we want to improve it. We want to improve it slowly. Snail space, but we are going. We are moving, yes.
All right. JJ, hearing from you, he says it's a combined. If the resources are there, as well as also looking at behavior change, communities working together, then we see to reduce these numbers. And then those things like enforcement just, are complementary.
Yeah, that sounds sweet, just like a hymn.
Oh, wow.
But that does not guarantee you to go to heaven. You can continue doing the chorus. You need to be physical in terms of control of behavioral manners we are seeing our children do. If the children, it, today, sample any 10, 20 kids, they'll be either transporting alcohol or ganja or bangi, raised biscuits or something. Yeah. Now, who is supposed now to act thereafter, to follow backwards? Where did these bikis originate from? Is it the Kenya police who are also beneficiaries or Nakada? If it is Nakada, then they have failed in total. Nakada have succeeded 100% in advocacy, as a campaign. So you start there. If they have to go beyond the campaign now, they need funding.
Okay. And that's where we are this morning. There's a combination of issues. What we're hearing, it's by no means the end of a conversation.
Yes.
Just like you said, necessary for this to continue, because the truth of the matter is that when the clearing is that the folks who are on the floor are those who then get into alcohol abuse, and then whose lives are shortchanged for a long period of time. And so something must be done about it, and that's for sure. Kirwa Lele-Ngenyi is the Deputy Director Planning and Performance Management with NACADA, and JJ Mutudo is the founding father of the NACADA Act, has been at the helm of NACADA, still in these conversations. Thank you for joining us this Monday and for starting off the last week of July with us in the Situation Room. Ndwandana saying thank you so much. We'll join again tomorrow. Have a good day at 1 minute past 10. Good morning.
Good morning. This is the News Wire. I'm Leah Ubaga. And Nakuru East Sub-County Police Commander Samson Andanje had to calm down students from Nairobi Road Secondary School who were protesting along the Nairobi-Nakuru Highway. The students alleged that a fellow student, Peter Kahembe, a Form 4 student, was brutally assaulted by students from a nearby school. He was subsequently hit by a car while trying to escape the scene on Friday and sadly passed away on Saturday. Trans Nzoia County Health CEC Sam Ojwang has revealed that there is a patient suspected of having symptoms of mpox and is currently hospitalized. He said samples of the patient and those of people he came into contact with in Waitaluk, Kiminini, have been sent to the government laboratory in Nairobi for further testing. He added that health officials have launched an awareness campaign on ways to protect themselves, further dismissing a photo circulating online purportedly showing an mpox patient. Makueni Governor Mutula Kilonzo Jr. has launched a free health service for the elderly through the Mutula Care Scheme. The elderly will be registered and then issued with cards that will enable them to receive free treatment, and the cost will be covered by the county government. CEC Sebastian Kearney said the Makueni cabinet reached the decision after discovering that many elderly people in the area cannot afford SHA.
Wazazi wetu huwa wana shida za matibabu sana sana, na ndio maana serikali ya Makueni tumeanzisha mpango wa Mutula Care, ambapo tunataka kurejista wazazi wote, wazee wote na watu ambao hawana uwezo, tuwaweke katika mpango wa matibabu. Wao wanaweza kutibiwa katika hospitali zetu za Makueni na hata hospitali za nje ya Makueni.
A police officer in Nyamweya County has died by suicide after shooting himself in the head, marking yet another tragedy in a worrying rise in similar cases within the National Police Service. The incident happened at Mbonga Police Post after officers at the station, having reported of hearing 2 gunshots, and rushed to trace the source. They were led to the station's armory, where they discovered the body of Corporal John Owili, who was in charge of the post. Owili had taken his own life using his G3 service rifle, which was found next to his body. Residents of Lare in Nakuru County are living in fear after a 14-year-old boy was allegedly eaten by hyenas from Lake Nakuru Game Reserve. James Mwangi, a grade 7 student, went missing on Thursday, and his body was found on Saturday in a maize thicket. Now residents are complaining about the killing of their livestock and blaming the Kenya Wildlife Service for